Hey, you know, it was remarkable. Sad series of events for the Giants, but it was remarkable. Whew. Adam, you watched that game and you thought Trevor not as receivers? He's got one turnover in his last 4 games. Coffin bought $54 million.
They're not Texas A&M.
Yeah, this is going to take a while. They may still do it, but this is going to take a little bit. Not true, Coffin ball. They beat Cal last year.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you on this Overreaction Monday, except maybe for this one. How the heck are you? Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com. Miller_Moulton on X. I come at you live from Detroit, the site of not one but 2 Monday Night Football games this week. Well, actually, Detroit's the site of 1, but there are 2 Monday Night Football games. But what a wild weekend it was. In sports, it began with a crazy, historic Friday. Top of the morning to you, Mark. How was your weekend?
My weekend was very good. Had a friend in town, played some golf, watched some football, had a good all-around weekend. Probably didn't really need the friend in town to have a great weekend because it was an amazingly crazy sports weekend. And like you said, started on Friday night with the Canes, well, losing. Not something we expected to happen. Big favorites in the game.
We wondered, did they have it in them? They've had it in them for 20 years. Did this team have it in them too? Would the Mario factor show up at some point? Would the Canes lose a game they were not supposed to lose? Or was this team just too good? Mark? This team is not just too good.
No, and, I don't know how you want to throw the blame around, if at all, but they kind of quit running the football, and give Louisville credit for convincing Miami they couldn't run. Carson Beck started throwing nonstop, and it didn't work out very well for the Canes.
And Jeff Brom is the giant killer. Man, oh man. If you're a top-ranked team, you don't want to see one of his teams come to town. Double-digit underdog, doesn't matter. Big name brand, doesn't matter. He is the giant killer. And now, Miami, just like that, no guarantee of a spot in the conference championship game. In fact, right now, they're not in control of getting to Charlotte.
And this
How
is where
about that?
Having 97 teams in your conference and not being able to play everyone can come bite you in the tuchus, David.
Yep. So that's, yeah. And then there was Ohtani. Right. Uh-huh. Right. Mark, who was the kid in your little league? Because as I'm watching, and I caught with flying and what have you, I caught 2 of the 3 homers and like 3 or 4 of the shutout innings pitched. And I was just curious as to, because the kid in my little league was Tommy Geddes. That's what he did. When it was his turn to pitch and he could only pitch once a week, okay, he would go out and we'd win. Okay. And then he hit third and he played shortstop when he wasn't pitching. And Tommy seemingly homered every game. Okay. Ohtani did it in the major leagues, in which everyone around him, Mark, was Tommy Gaddis in their little league.
Right. He did it in the NLCS.
Correct. 6 shutout innings, double-digit strikeouts. I think 2 hits. And he had 3 home runs.
Right.
Uh-huh. Right. So much for that slow start to the playoffs.
Something else. Something else.
Man. Woo.
That just gets us through what, Friday?
Yeah, that was just to get us to what we thought would be a good college football weekend.
And it was.
Yeah.
I mean, it was.
Mm-hmm.
Saturday, most of the teams took care of business. Notre Dame, 10-point winner, spread 9.5.
Right.
Georgia, 8-point winner, spread 7.5.
Now, the beauty of both games was earlier in the respective weeks, Notre Dame was a 10-point winner when USC was getting 10 or 10.5. Georgia ends up being an 8-point winner when, for much of the week, Ole Miss was getting 8.5.
Right.
But by the latter part of the week, they were only getting 7.5. Yes. Uh-huh.
Vanderbilt proved that they were supposed to be the team giving points against LSU. Alabama looked good again.
Yes. Yes, they did. Yes, they did.
South Carolina got their act together. A&M had to hold on. Michigan looked good in their win against Washington. The Buckeyes did what they were supposed to do. Florida won, but it didn't matter. And yeah, by the way, if you stayed up late.
Oh, boy.
Wow.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
Florida State lost at Stanford.
Outgained them by over 150 yards and didn't commit a turnover and still lost. And Mark, to many who watched and to some who were on hand, it looked as if some of the players quit. And when that happens, oh boy. Oh boy.
So to review, just on Friday and Saturday, as far as things go in state, Miami Mario'd.
Yes, they did. Right.
The Gators hung on to beat Mississippi State. We all knew it was dead man walking. It just took us until Sunday to find out.
And they were very fortunate to win.
Yes, they were.
Very fortunate to win.
Yes, they were. And late night, the Seminoles lost at Stanford, where they were a 17.5-point favorite.
Yes, they did, Mark. Yeah, that's the big three. Yes, UCF and South Florida had resounding wins.
They did.
But
they did. Both expected to. And good for UCF winning a game you were supposed to win.
Yep.
You're at least better than West Virginia. And, well, South Florida looking more like they could be a playoff team.
With Memphis getting beat. Hello.
UAB fires Trent Dilfer midweek. Interim coach takes down Memphis.
Chris Mortensen's son is the interim coach.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then we wake up Sunday morning, and you might as well have slept in if you were a Jags fan. 7 times Trevor put on his butt. They couldn't run it again.
11 possessions, 8 of them crossed midfield, 7 of them were in scoring range. 7 of them. They did not turn the ball over and only scored once.
Miami got whooped in Cleveland, and he's still the head coach. Come on, Stephen Ross. What are you paying attention to, dude?
I don't know, because when you get embarrassed in the toilet bowl, right? Battle of 1 in 5 teams, and you got humiliated. What else is there left to say or do? Plus, it was an early game, so you got home in time to fire him. It wasn't past your bedtime as an owner. Hell, even if you weren't there, and even if you weren't in South Florida, let's just say you were in New York, where you live most of the time. You had time to get on a plane and make it to South Florida. Oh, boy.
And then a comeback for the ages. No team looked worse than the Denver Broncos playing the lowly Giants.
At home, getting whooped.
Getting shut out.
Into the fourth, 26-8. It's
33
over.
Points for the Broncos in the fourth quarter.
Imagine you're leading 26-8 with 6 minutes to go, and you will score another touchdown before the end of the game, and you will lose. I'm applauding everyone involved. I'm applauding, boy, this Bo Nix. He's had 2 games this year. 3 quarters against the Eagles, he sucked. 3 quarters against the Giants, sucked. Those 2 fourth quarters, oh my goodness. He looks like, I don't know, Peyton during the regular season, Eli in the postseason, Baker running around the way he's running around this year. I mean, my goodness. Schizophrenic quarterback, but whew. They're
Some
in first
unbelievable
place.
fourth quarters this year. And they needed it because the Chiefs are starting to look like the Chiefs again.
Yes, they are.
This is very Patriot-esque
Mhm.
of a slow starting Patriot team. And then all of a sudden you go, oh, yeah, there they are.
Right. They were 2-2. What happened to them? They didn't lose the rest of the year. What? Yeah. What are the Chiefs? Oh, they were 2-3. What happened? They got their, Stella found her groove. They got their mojo. Whatever.
Napier is out in Gainesville. We will talk with Kevin Brockway to see what the direction is for Florida going forward. And Jeff Cameron to talk about what the hell happened in Tallahassee. The starting five, 25 minutes away. Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Let's talk the big differences between Floor Meisters and the big box store that sells flooring. Floor Meisters is family owned. They do flooring, not doors, nuts and bolts, or weed killer. They specialize in it. They know it. Floor Meisters backs their installer. So if there's ever an issue, good chance the boss, TJ, will come out and make it right. Floor Meisters prices beat the box stores every day of the week. When you think flooring, think Floor Meisters in Naples. Floormeisters.com. Real people, real prices, real quality selection. The Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or nolanagency.com. American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs and has been for 30 years. American Paint Supplies is also your #1 Festool dealer in Southwest Florida. If you are a builder, cabinet maker, painter, or power tool enthusiast, Festool craftsmanship can be found at American Paint Supplies. Celebrating 30 years of service, and Festool is celebrating 100 years of excellence. Come to American Paint Supply for a perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street, Naples off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Well, Empire, if you'd bet the Giants, you should have at least gotten points. And they were a 7.5-point dog. Well, Jay Gunn, Franklin had 12 years at Penn State. What year was this for Mario? 4? Yeah, but DC, I'll say this. Of the two hits, the one in game 2 was an RBI single, and then the other in game 3 was a leadoff homer. Yeah, but Jay Gunn, that also includes his time at Oregon. Javier, it depends. Depends on which side of the game. Like if you were big on Ole Miss, you jumped it early in the week when you saw 8.5. You're like, yeah, that ain't going to go any higher. It might go lower. The Washington-Dallas line moved a field goal late because McLaurin wasn't playing, but CD was. Now, Johnny, in a perverted way, the Giants have lost 2 games that they absolutely positively should have won. And so they might get better picks out of this because they're not a good team yet. But at some point, you got to start winning. That loss was really bad. But if they hadn't had the 2 seasons leading up to it, it would be a one-off. Yeah, Paul, I went. Yeah, I had a really good time. Family of 5 sat in front of me. All they were interested in doing was eating. Weren't really interested in the hockey game at all. The one power play of the game, Edmonton had it, and they're leaving to go get food in the middle of the power play and standing up in front of us.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour on this Overreaction Monday. Although, for a lot of fan bases, they're waiting. They're waiting for the overreaction, and they're desperately hoping for the overreaction. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Well, we speculated about it early last week. There was noise in the system. We knew the Bull Gators had had enough, and by midweek, the national media was finding out about it, and the word was heading into the weekend that Sun Belt Billy was coaching his last game, win or lose. He and they tried to lose, but they won. But it turned out, Mark, that Sun Belt Billy coached his final game with the Gators, finishing with a losing record, the first Gators coach to do so since the Truman administration. Hello.
I will tell you, the thing I'm, I guess, surprised most about right now, and we'll have Kevin Brockway on later in the show to talk more about the Gators, their coaching situation, and how they move forward. And I understand that there's not a president, and I understand that the Bull Gators are calling the shots, and that they ultimately are going to tell Strickland who to hire. But I know he won a natty with his basketball team. I'm amazed how little noise there is in allowing him to keep his job. The point you just made, the first coach of the Gators to get fired since the Truman administration.
With a losing record, yes.
Yeah, with a losing record.
Yep.
With a losing record. And we're just going to let this guy hire yet another football coach. Okay.
But I think it's what you said. We're not sure how much of a say Scott Strickland's going to have. I mean, he may get to hire the search firm. You know, he may get to technically make the phone calls that the search firm tells him to make. But I know if I'm one of the Gator money guys, I'd be like, you've had 2. You don't get to make this call. We're paying the buyout. And for what it's worth, the buyout, I believe, is 21. Half of it's due in 30 days. And then he gets an annual check for like 4 straight years. But they got to come up with 10, 11 million bucks and do so before Thanksgiving.
Joining the elite club of fired head coaches in the collegiate ranks who are multimillionaires.
Right.
He's not in Jimbo's league, but it's still nice. He's not in Franklin's league,
Right.
but it's still nice.
Oh, yeah, it's still nice. Absolutely. You know, when he's the coach of Charlotte or wherever he's going to be in a couple of years. And by the way, there's no offset. You know, unlike Franklin, where if Franklin gets another job, then Penn State, you know, subtracts the amount of money he's making from what they owe him. No. Billy gets all 21 million. Doesn't matter if he works or not. But so now what?
I mean, what I seem to hear, what the fans have said on our show, they want Lane. That's who they want.
Okay.
That's seemingly their first choice. From everybody that I know that has a little insight, from the things I've read to the simple poll that we did, David, the Gator fan wants Lane.
Andy Staples played for Spurrier. He was a walk-on. Andy Staples is a somewhat prominent member of the college football media. Andy Staples still lives in Gainesville. He's got good sources nationwide. He's got really good Gator information. Andy Staples said DJ Lagway is willing to wait and see who Florida hires. That at the end of the day, he's not as married to Billy as we thought. Because, you know, that was part of the, if you get rid of Napier, DJ walks out the door. Andy does a podcast. He does it with a guy named Ari. It's the Andy and Ari podcast. You know, kind of like Miller and Moulton. You know,
went all out for the name, right?
Right. I mean, you know, when in doubt, go alliteration if you can. And Ari said to him on the podcast, he goes, Andy, are we sure the next coach is going to want DJ Lagway? That's how rough a year it's been for the Gators. Right? Because that was at least supposed to be the constant for this year and next, while he had, you know, his eligibility before he could potentially play on Sundays. I mean, at least the Gators knew, well, I mean, we got DJ Lagway for 2 more years. Yeah, with the way he's played, seriously. I mean, are we sure Lane Kiffin wants DJ Lagway?
We don't know.
Are we sure Eli Drinkwitz wants DJ Lagway? And I'll go back to Andy Staples. Andy Staples said, Gator fans want another Spurrier. They want a guy to wear a visor, whose teams score points, and whose coach can talk a little trash. And he goes, and everybody thinks that's Lane. He said, do you know who it really is? It's Eli Drinkwitz at Missouri. And I wonder, is that enough for Gator Nation?
I don't know. I really don't know. Because you know this as well as I do, David. Gator Nation thinks a certain way about themselves and the Gators.
Mm-hmm.
And David, it's not just, you know, They want Spurrier. They want that offense again. That's
Right.
If they're 9-3 and they're putting up 30 seemingly every week, they're not going to be over the moon happy, but they're going to be fine with that.
Yeah, they're not pulling what Nebraska did with Solich and Bo Pelini. Okay. If they're scoring 30 a game and they're going 8-4, 9-3, Gator Nation will handle it. You know what they didn't handle well? Will Muschamp's style of ball. He went 12-1 one year, and they hated it. And they were undefeated and number 2 in the country before they lost their only game of the year. And Gator Nation hated that team.
There's a style that they want. And that's seemingly the most important thing, believe it or not. They want it to look a certain way.
Yeah. I think Andy Staples right. Okay, they want to score a bunch of points and talk a little trash. Okay, and then they'll handle the result afterwards. This is how we want our football to look, and is also part of how we want to sound.
So the search begins. They reacted to what happened with Penn State swiftly. That's why this happened when it did.
And there's already like 10 jobs that are available, and they want to make sure that they're out there early. So all the behind-the-scenes mechanisms can go to work.
And, we gave you a couple of coaches that we think would fit what Florida wants. We'll see if those coaches want Florida. Like, I think Drinkwitz would run to it. I'm not sure Lane would. And I've said that for quite a long time.
Remember how I made a prediction earlier last week that Napier was coaching his final game? I'll make you another prediction. Lane signs a new extension with Ole Miss before the weekend.
Agents are getting busy, getting their guys paid. Signetti got paid last week. We'll see who gets paid this week. Miller and Moulton just trying to get paid, period. The starting 5 is next. Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Let's talk the big differences between Floor Meisters and the big box store that sells flooring. Floor Meisters is family owned. They do flooring, not doors, nuts and bolts, or weed killer. They specialize in it. They know it. Floor Meisters backs their installer. So if there's ever an issue, good chance the boss, TJ, will come out and make it right. Floor Meisters prices beat the box stores every day of the week. When you think flooring, think Floor Meisters in Naples. Floormeisters.com. Real people, real prices, real quality selection. The Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound. American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs and has been for 30 years. American Paint Supplies is also your #1 Festool dealer in Southwest Florida. If you are a builder, cabinet maker, painter, or power tool enthusiast, Festool craftsmanship can be found at American Paint Supplies. Celebrating 30 years of service, and Festool is celebrating 100 years of excellence. Come to American Paint Supply for a perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street, Naples, off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Oh, it's okay, Left Twix. And I've said this before, and I truly mean it. the Giants owe me nothing as a fan. They really do. You know, would I prefer that they not have these embarrassing type of episodes? Sure. But I'm good with the Giants. They owe me nothing as a fan. They gave me and my grandfather a lot of joy, won 2 Super Bowls while he was alive. And some of my best memories in life are involving he and the Giants. And then, 2 Super Bowls here in the 21st century. They owe me nothing. So a few teams that I think still that owe me another one. We're just getting greedy, I know. They're only supposed to get one. But I didn't think when I was 20 that the Mets wouldn't win another World Series, and I didn't think when I was 28 that the Rangers wouldn't win another Cup. Well, and Left Twix, that is the only part there. Like, Mark and I, we just exchanged texts. Mark was furious at Dable, and I was like, well, what part of that was his fault? Now, I don't like calling the pass on 3rd down. I agree with Tiki Barber. I would have run it there and made them burn their last time out. But if you do convert that 3rd and 4, the game's essentially over. Ryan Marie, if Daniel Jones had a Tyler Warren with the Giants, he would have worked out. And they had their Jonathan Taylor, and they let him go. I watched the Giants blow a 38-14 lead in the playoffs to the Niners. So yes, he did, Michael. It's a team effort.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask you, David. Does the kicker get cut today? I mean, do you have to have some collateral damage from this?
Yeah.
I mean,
yes, and he's filling in for the injured kicker. But yes, I mean, the Packers found a guy filling in for the injured kicker, and he kicked a 61-yard field goal. I mean, yeah. Once again, I blame Joe Shane. Hey, other guys found backup kickers, and they're doing it. Buffalo found 41-year-old Matt Prater. He was sitting home on his couch. Right, DC? Guy's going to get cut. I would think the Giants would sign him, right? That's kind of why I mentioned him, Puck. I covered him in high school.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes until the top of the hour. Jeff Cameron scheduled to join us 1 hour from now. Oh. You know, it was just 3 weeks ago. Game day was in Tallahassee. It was just 4 games ago. They were ranked in the top 10. Ha, ha, ha. Yeah, October ain't September in a lot of places. Jeff Cameron in an hour, Kevin Brockway in 2 hours. Right now it's time for
The Starting Five. 5 big stories you need to know. Here is The Starting Five.
And the Starting Five brought to you by Lee County. Building a better community through business, sports, and tourism. Oh, like that, by the way. Like that. It's easy to remember. You know, I don't want to say this was a crazy weekend of college football, but it's a Monday Starting Five during the football season. When have we ever led with anything that's not the National Football League? We're leading with college football. Billy Napier fired. 3.5 years, a losing record, first Gator coach since the Truman administration to be fired with a losing record. Gators 3-4 this year. They owe him $21 million, half of that within 30 days. Gators on a bye, and then they'll face the Dogs in the cocktail party in Jacksonville. Billy Gonzalez, the wide receivers coach, named interim head coach for the rest of the year. Reports are that Florida State may soon follow the Gators' lead. Apparently, calls are being made to see whether or not they can come up with the $54 million to move on from Mike Norvell after the Noles lost their 4th straight, all in the ACC. They lost as 17-plus point favorites at Stanford, 20-13. Norvell is 5-14 after that 13-0 regular season of 2 years ago. They've lost 9 straight in the ACC, Mark. They beat Cal, 3rd conference game of the year last year. Okay? Then lost their final 5 conference games, and they've lost their first 4 conference games this year. They've won 1 conference game in the last year and a half. Yeah. There was a Norvell that got fired yesterday. It was Jay Norvell, the head coach at Colorado State. The rankings came out. Ohio State, number 1, Indiana, number 2, the only 2 schools to receive first place votes. Texas A&M is ranked 3rd. All 3 of those teams are a perfect 7-0. Bama 4, Georgia 5. Georgia Tech is undefeated, and they're 7th. Mark, can we keep promoting that Georgia Tech game, which we've been talking about since the spring? But just let everybody know they're going to play right after Thanksgiving.
In the Georgia Dome, or the Mercedes-Benz Dome, by the way.
Why
Not at Bobby Dodd.
Why Georgia Tech would move that game, I have no idea. Well, we know why, money, but it's still ridiculous. The Canes, after the loss to Louisville, dropped to 9th. Ladies and gentlemen, what I'm about to read you is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God. I am talking about college football, remember. Vanderbilt is ranked 10th in the nation. That's right. Vanderbilt is 10th. Undefeated BYU is 11. Notre Dame with 2 losses is 12. South Florida's moved all the way up to 18th. Michigan, somehow, some way, Michigan at 5-2 is ranked, and 5-2 USC, who beat Michigan by 3 scores just 9 days ago, is not. We had 11 unbeatens heading into last weekend. We're down to 6. The 5 that I mentioned and Navy. Those are your unbeatens. NFL.
I will say it's funny when you look at the rankings, though, because you can poke holes at them all the time. South Florida's ranked 18th at 6-1.
Mm-hmm.
Louisville's ranked 19th at 5-1.
Right.
One just beat Miami. The other one lost by what?
5 touchdowns?
Right.
Maybe more.
And the team that lost by 5 touchdowns is ranked ahead of the team that beat Miami.
Right.
Okay.
Yep. Oh, yeah. That poll is full of them. NFL. Matthew Stafford threw 5 touchdown passes. Hey, I'm being serious. If I tell you that Matthew Stafford is going to remain healthy for the rest of the season, including the playoffs, could the Rams be in the Super Bowl? Just throwing that out there for everybody to chew on. He had 5 TD passes. The Jags were in scoring position 7 times. Never turned it over and only scored 7 points. Rams beat them 35-7. Rams are 5-2. Jags have lost 2 in a row. They're 4-3. Quinshon Judkins with 3 rushing touchdowns. The Dolphins had 4 turnovers. Another 3 interception game for Tua. Hey, what happened to Zach Wilson as the backup quarterback? Wait, you mean he sucks that badly that Quinn Ewers is the backup? Another great signing. 31-6, Cleveland beat Miami. The Dolphins would have the 2nd pick in the draft if the draft was coming up. Patriots scored the final 21 points of the game for their 4th straight win, 3rd in a row on the road. They beat the Titans 31-13. That's your first place, New England Patriots. Thank you at 5-2. The Jets are still winless. They're 0-7. Panthers, despite Bryce Young getting hurt, won their 3rd straight. They're 4-3. Could be a game behind the Bucs after tonight. Carolina 13-6 over the Jets. Jonathan Taylor with 3 touchdowns. Colts, best team in the AFC, best record in the NFL right now. 6-1. They beat the Chargers in Los Angeles 38-24. We mentioned it earlier. Giants led 26-8 with under 6 minutes to play and would score another touchdown and lost. Denver 33-32. Broncos are 5-2. Giants are 2-5. Jalen Hurts snapped out of his funk. 326 yards and 3 touchdowns passing. Both wide receivers had big days. Eagles are 5-2 thanks to the 28-22 win over the 3-3 Vikings. Dak with 3 touchdowns. He got CD back, and the Commanders are scuffling. They've lost 2 in a row. They're 3-4. Jaden Daniels got banged up. Oh, boy. They got the Chiefs next. Oh, boy. 44-22 Dallas. Packers. Josh Jacobs with 2 touchdowns. Micah with 3 sacks. A gutsy 4th down. Go for it. They converted it late. Pounded in the game-winning score. 27-23. Packers over Arizona. Green Bay's 4-1-1. Cardinals have lost 5 in a row. That coach is going to get fired soon. Bears won their 4th straight. 26-14 over the 1-6 Saints. Kansas City held the Raiders to 95 yards for the game. Mahomes with 3 touchdowns, 2 of them to Rashee Rice. Chiefs are suddenly 4-3, 31-0 over Vegas. Niners last night. How about Christian McCaffrey? 201 total yards, 129 rushing, 2 touchdowns. San Fran, despite all their injuries, are 5-2. Niners double up the Falcons 20-10. 2 Monday Night Football games, 7 o'clock start in Detroit. Bucks and Lions. Detroit a 5.5-point favorite on ABC. And then at 10 o'clock on ESPN, Seattle at home, a 3.5-point favorite against the Houston Texans. Doug Martin, first-round pick of the Bucks back in 2012 out of Boise State, voted one of the top 50 Buccaneers of all time. Rushed for over 5,000 yards and 30 touchdowns with the Bucks. Died suddenly yesterday at the age of 36. There will be a Game 7 tonight in baseball. Toronto won Game 6, 6-2. The winner of Seattle and Toronto tonight will play the Dodgers beginning Friday in the World Series. If Seattle wins, it'll be their first ever trip to the World Series, and the Dodgers will have home field advantage. If Toronto wins, it'll be their first trip to the World Series in 32 years, and the Jays will have home field advantage Friday night. NASCAR, they were at Talladega. They went to overtime when Chase Briscoe won it. So he and Hamlin have secured 2 of the final 4 spots in the championship playoff. Next week at Martinsville, second to last race of the season, that'll determine who the other 2 drivers are. Ross Chastain finished 13th. 4 games in the NHL yesterday. Canucks snapped the Capitals' 4-game win streak 4-3. I was at Little Caesars Arena in Detroit to watch the Wings beat the Oilers 4-2. Larkin with 2 goals and an assist. He looked really good. Best player on the ice. Not Connor McDavid yesterday. Wings have won 5 in a row, Mark. Hawks in overtime beat Anaheim 2-1. Utah's won 3 in a row. They beat Boston 3-2. NBA season tips off tomorrow. Houston making some news yesterday. They gave 37-year-old Kevin Durant, who's going to make almost $55 million this year, a 2-year, $90 million extension. So Durant's going to play till he's 40 with the Rockets and make about $145 million over these 3 years. By the way, one golf note, since everybody likes him so much. In fact, is he the most popular non-American player in golf? And I'm not talking about Rory. I'm talking about Tommy Fleetwood. Tommy Fleetwood won the India Championship by 2 to continue his greatest season of his career. And at 9 minutes before the hour, that was the starting 5. 5 big stories and Mark's Monday NASCAR update here on Miller and Moulton.
Thank you so much for that.
Yeah.
And Tommy Fleetwood. I mean, you got that. I mean, that was perfect.
Yeah.
And remember, the starting 5 brought to you by Lee County, building a better community through business, sports, and tourism.
It's the big 3, business, sports, and tourism. I mean, it's not Ohtani, Betts, and Freeman.
But what is?
It's business, sports, and tourism.
Gators need a coach. Will the Knowles need a new coach? Are they going to be able to come up with the money to get rid of Norvell? I mean, that's what it boils down to. And it's $54 million. And they don't have that. That's not lying around in Tallahassee.
No, that's
And
they're
it's
not
taking a phone call. I don't think it's making 5 phone calls. I mean, they got to get everybody to want this and then pony up.
because remember, it's not just 54 and change for Norvell. You then have to pay off his staff. Remember, he hired Gus Malzahn away from UCF at a little over $2 million a year to be offensive coordinator. So it will cost around $70 million to pay off the staff. And then you have to hire the replacement staff who you figure in 2026 will cost you what? Another 20 plus million? I mean, you're not coming up with 54. You're coming up with between 90 and 100 that you're going to have to spend here in the next 8-9 months.
That's what it will cost if they want to make a change in Tallahassee. Been a hell of a weekend here in the Sunshine State, David. Hell of a weekend. Maybe Florida State could be asking for some tourism. I don't know. But if they want to do business, you see what I did there?
Yeah.
They're going to need a little bit of cash.
Right. Big three. Need to come up with one of those slogans for the Gators or the Knolls. They're going to need business, sports, and tourism just for the buyout. This year during Thanksgiving week, Fort Myers takes the national stage, hosting not one but two elite women's college basketball tournaments, the Fort Myers Tip-Off and Coconut Hoops, both featuring Power Four teams and nationally ranked programs. Few places in the country can showcase this level of talent. We're proud that Fort Myers is one of them. Don't miss your chance. For tickets, go to visitfortmyers.com/basketball. Lee County, building a better community through business, sports, and tourism.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Cape Coral Police Department is growing, and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000, depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to capecops.com. capecops.com. Be brave, be best, be Cape.
Think we only fix windows? Think again. Your local Glass Doctor Home and Business does so much more to upgrade your home. We custom build stunning shower and bath enclosures, install sleek glass doors and windows, and can bring fresh life to foggy or cracked panes. Need a glass tabletop or a statement mirror? Yep, we do that too. If it's glass and it's in your home, we're the team to call.
Call the Glass Doctor, we fix your pains. Oh yeah!
They've cut the nets, they've raised the banners, and now they're headed to Fort Myers. Michigan State, North Carolina, and other top programs take the court in the Skechers Fort Myers Tip-Off this Thanksgiving week. Legendary programs, championship traditions, college basketball's biggest names, live at Suncoast Arena. Tickets are selling fast. Get yours now at FortMyersTipoff.com/go. That's FortMyersTipoff.com/go.
Football season is back, and celebrate your game day with Jimmy the Beef Guy. We're talking tender, juicy Chicago beef sandwiches. Whether your party's for 10, 100, or 200, bring game day to your house with Jimmy the Beef Guy. The catering packages come with the beef, the gravy, the peppers, the bread, everything you need. Two convenient locations, Fort Myers and Bonita Springs. Skip the ordinary and bring the beef. Jimmy the Beef Guy, Chicago flavor, Southwest Florida style. Call today or visit jimmythebeefguy.com. Tell him Miller and Moulton.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Johnny, did it work out? How's it going for you? Javier, what fan base? I missed that. Cardiac clearance for Urban. Just by the way, had a 3-hour dinner with our friend David.
Oh, good. Good.
He's looking forward to, doesn't know if he'll make it in 10 days, but if so, looking forward to it. But I gave him obviously our best.
Right.
But went to Ann Arbor last night. I had a full day. Flew in, went to the hockey game, went to Ann Arbor for dinner.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is hour 2 of Miller and Moulton on this overreaction Monday. Although in some cases, maybe not. In fact, maybe some ownership or some schools need to pick up the pace here. Their fan base is like, why didn't this happen yesterday? Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Hey, there's no wrong answer. You are the be-all and the end-all for the rest of this segment, okay? There's a bunch of things that I want to throw at you. Are you ready?
Don't throw them fast. I won't catch them today. I'm a little slow this morning.
Okay, well, no problem. All right, I understand.
Soft toss.
Soft toss. Huh. Okay. All right. Retreads. If you're the Gators, would you even entertain the thought of Urban?
Oh, boy. What a great question.
Yeah, all it is entertaining. That doesn't mean you're hiring them. I'm just saying, would you even entertain the thought of contacting him and saying, hey, are you sure you're done?
I would. I don't think they will.
Okay.
They didn't like him. They never liked him.
Well, Mark, 15 years have gone by. Okay. All of a sudden, that second marriage that you had when you're working on divorce number 4, okay, all of a sudden that second marriage is like,
I got you. But I don't think that I would. I don't think that they will.
Okay. All right. I'm just saying.
And also, now that the college game's much more like the pro game, his last stop wasn't very good. I don't know if he's a coach in the NIL era. That's all I'm saying.
Right. No, that's why I just asked. Okay. If you're Florida State, 2 questions. 1, do you have to get rid of Norvell? I mean, first off, you could win a bunch of games here.
David, You were a 17.5-point favorite and lost to Stanford.
Yeah, outgained them by 150 yards.
I
and
don't
did
give
not.
a damn.
and
I
did-
don't give a damn.
No, but I'm just saying, Mark, you're better than them. You outgained them by over 150 yards, and you didn't turn the ball over. And yet you lost. I mean, you got to give it up. You got to give it up to Florida State. What they were able to pull off late Saturday night, early Sunday morning. I mean, it's really impressive. Really impressive. And by impressive, I mean horrific.
Just horrific.
So that's the first question. Do you have to get rid of Mike Norvell?
Well, of course you don't have to. And David, these buyouts are ridiculous.
Well,
They really are.
right. That's why I'm saying, do you have to? Because there are many people who follow Florida State closely, who late Saturday night, early Sunday morning, Mark, came to the conclusion, though, yeah, I know how painful this is going to be. And because of how financially this could really set this athletic department back, this could now be a 3 to 4 year mission with whoever's next. But Mark, what is it that we and many others, when we think a team has quit on the coach, what is it that we then say?
You have to fire the coach.
There are people close to the Florida State program that thought Saturday night the team quit and stopped listening to the coach. Now, I don't know if that's true. We'll have Jeff Cameron on in a half an hour. He's much closer to it. But I believe Jeff sent out a tweet in the second half of that game in which he's like, this is over. Not because they were losing, but because of what he was seeing. So that's the first thing. Do you have to fire him?
I don't believe so. However, David, if people believe that they quit on him, he can't coach there anymore.
Okay. All right. Secondly, and there's a lot of people asking, like, well, if they wait till the end of the year, what's his buyout? It's not a ton difference whether they fire him after 7 games or they fire him after 12 or 13. Okay. It's 54 and change right now. I don't think it goes down, by the way, if they wait till after the Gator game or even till after a bowl. And if it does, it's a few million that you can count on one hand. So that, secondly, I asked you if you were the Gators, would you entertain Urban? Okay. Would you entertain, if you're Florida State, Jimbo?
No.
Why?
Because he quit on them. He flat out quit on them. They're in the predicament they're in because he quit on them. He took a year off of recruiting, and you cannot miss a year in trying to get talent. What he did to them, I couldn't forgive him for.
Okay. Now, I'm asking you about the last 2 coaches at Florida and Florida State who competed for and won national championships. Jimbo was in tears on the set of the ACC network 16 days ago, doing some media work for the Florida State-Miami game. And the Florida State fans were very nice to him, and they were chanting, and Jimbo was in tears. Okay. And you could tell. Okay.
Was he wiping those tears with $100 bills?
There's no doubt he could have been. There's no doubt he could have been. But I'm just saying, you may have a guy who has a little bit of buyer's remorse 10 years later. Damn near. Okay, just saying.
I'm going to ask you a question, David.
Okay.
Here's your choices for Florida State. I'm just going to give you 2. Choice A and choice B. Who would you choose? Jimbo, for Florida State. Jimbo or James Franklin?
James Franklin all day.
Damn right.
Even though Jimbo's a better game day coach, even though Jimbo is a very talented play caller, even though Jimbo had Florida State in 2 playoffs and won a natty. But with where Florida State is right now and what Florida State needs to be built back up from the foundation. And James Franklin is a program builder.
So just saying, I think that I agree with you, by the way, 100% on that.
Okay. A few more questions because I got 5 minutes left. If you're Florida or Florida State, would you consider Dion?
No. This has been a nice story at Colorado. But how much success has he got there?
Well, he's had 1 9-win season. This is his 3rd year. He inherited probably one of the 5 worst Power 4 situations in the sport. He inherited 1-11. He's already produced a 9-win season. I'm just saying.
Okay.
Okay.
More for Florida State than Florida if you were to do it. But
you're no on both.
I'm no on both.
All right. Fair enough. Mark, your scale of 1 to 10. All right. You don't have to justify it. 1 is I'm thoroughly disgusted. I'm a Giants fan this morning. Okay. 10 is, okay, life is a cabaret, oh chum. Okay. So there's your 1 to 10.
Very
All right?
nice, by the way. That was
Thank you.
I liked that.
Thank you.
Had a certain flair to it.
Love Broadway. Okay. Mark, your thoughts on the college football season so far? How would you rate it? Scale of 1 to 10.
That's a great question. I mean, it really is, because I think it's been wildly entertaining.
Okay. So that seems like a big
I'm,
number.
I'm somewhere.
What's your Card Sharks number, Mark?
I'm an 8.
Okay.
And I might be a 9.
Okay. That's great to hear. Okay. And I asked that not just for you, Mark. I asked that for all of you to kind of, grade it yourself. Once again, in between being a New York Giants fan this morning, blowing a 18-point lead with 6 minutes to go, and life is a cabaret, oh chum. In between, just Mark, this is the college football season so far. Indiana is 7-0 for the 2nd year in a row. Do you know how many times that's happened in the history of Indiana football?
I'm going to go with once.
Never.
Right.
How
I mean,
about
this
that?
is it. That's what I mean.
Yes. Okay.
This is it. This one time is it. Yeah. No.
Right. Right. Mark, Georgia Tech is 7-0. Would you care to guess the last time Georgia Tech was 7-0?
94.
Mark, I would think black and white television.
Oh, wow.
We've worked color in spots, but I still think we're watching a little more black and white.
So we're in the 60s?
We're in the Lyndon Johnson administration. Yes, we are. 66.
Okay.
Right before you were born. Okay.
Right.
That's the last time Georgia Tech was 7-0. Right. Mark, Vanderbilt is 6-1. Would you care to guess the last time Vanderbilt was 6-1?
I have no idea.
Mark,
if they've ever done it before, I would say then.
Mark, I would go before Georgia Tech was 7-0.
Okay, I was going to guess the 30s, but I don't even know if Vanderbilt was playing football then, David.
Think the Truman administration in 1950.
Okay.
And Virginia even atop the ACC with Georgia Tech. The last time that Virginia was 6-1. It's not nearly the last 2 schools, but it's been almost 20 years since Virginia was 6-1. So Indiana's just done something that literally in the history of their program they've never done. Georgia Tech has just done something they hadn't done since the Johnson administration. Vanderbilt has done something they haven't done since the Truman administration. That is the 2025 college football season. Are you loving this, or is this not what you signed up for?
American Paint Supplies, celebrating 30 years in Naples, is proud to be the exclusive Farrow and Ball dealer in Southwest Florida. The best thing to come from the UK since the Beatles, Farrow and Ball has the colors and paints at American Paint Supplies. See why all the designers and painters choose Farrow and Ball. For 30 years, American Paint Supplies provides the perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs.
Let's talk the big differences between Floor Meisters and the big box store that sells flooring. Floor Meisters is family-owned. They do flooring, not doors, nuts and bolts, or weed killer. They specialize in it. They know it. Floor Meisters backs their installer, so if there's ever an issue, good chance the boss, TJ, will come out and make it right. Floor Meisters prices beat the box stores every day of the week. When you think flooring, think Floor Meisters in Naples. FloorMeisters.com. Real people, real prices, real quality selection. The Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
When Glass Doctor replaces your windshield, we don't just send you on your way, we send you off protected. Your local Glass Doctor includes the industry's only 12-month windshield protection plan at no extra cost. That means unlimited chip repairs and even a one-time replacement if needed. High-quality service backed by real peace of mind, right here in your neighborhood.
Glass Doctor, Glass Doctor. Call the Glass Doctor, we fix your pains. Oh yeah.
Exclusions apply. See your local Glass Doctor for details.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie, John, and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at PelicanRoofingCompany.com. CCC 13325.
This is Miller and Moulton.
All right. Left Twix, it's really simple. He's never coached before at any level. I mean, come on. This isn't a high school job. Javier, that may be true. However, what is the perfect NCAA basketball tournament, Javier? Chaos the first week, and then just enough blue bloods in the second week that take care of everybody, and you end up with a bunch of blue bloods in the Elite Eight and the Final Four. Javier, couldn't that be the college football season right now? I mean, what if I told you Ohio State's going to play Alabama for the Natty? I mean, how far-fetched does that sound right now? You know, what if I told you Notre Dame and Georgia were going to play again in the playoff? You know, something like that. I mean, just saying. Oh, Michael. Also, it was huge for the standings, too, because you need to stay ahead of Kansas City for as long as you can, or even with them, because you play them twice late. Oh, it's monstrous. Yeah, but that was the only pick puck that Lee got wrong, in fairness. Lee went 3-1 and got his game of the week right. So, once again, you guys have a tendency to harp on the negative. We all do. The true freshman, right, fam? Isn't he a true freshman?
You say so, Michael, that they're going to get better. I mean, they've played 2 terrific fourth quarters and 1 good game this season. Played okay against Indianapolis. And I said, we'll see. I read what you said, and I said, we'll see. You are the eternal optimist for your teams. I get it. There's nothing on film that shows that they're going to get better. There isn't.
I think they need to get another weapon for offense. I do. Trade deadline's in 15 days. Adam, there was a report yesterday that Igbuka is going to play today, and so is Evans. We'll see. Hamstrings are a tricky thing. Whatever it is, sports, running back, wide receiver. I think I'd go get a running back, but
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. Miller_Moulton on X. Jeff Cameron to talk about the mess that's in Tallahassee. And does Mike Norvell have to go even though the buyout is over $54 million? We'll ask him coming up in a little more than 15 minutes' time. Mark, I know who the next coach of the Miami Dolphins is going to be.
Ooh, do tell, David, because we've spent so much time talking about what they need to do in Gainesville and what they may do in Tallahassee. We haven't talked about the fact that the Cleveland Browns destroyed the Miami Dolphins yesterday.
Humiliated. Making the Dolphins look so bad that I know they beat the Jets. But right now, if they played again, who would you pick? Jets or Dolphins? Particularly if the Jets bench Justin Fields, who, let's face it, his career's all but over.
Yes, it is.
This was his last shot. Jets gave him the job. They paid him, okay, and it's not working. 0-7, not working. Next. Okay. Mark, here's the coach. I got him. First off, Mark, when teams make a change, what do they almost always do in football?
Get the opposite of what they just had. And Miami did that last time. They went from Flores to McDaniel. You can't get much more opposite than that. One's a defensive guy. The other was an offensive guy. One was a strict disciplinarian. The other one thinks he's running a pre-K.
Okay. So before I go forward with the guy who's going to be the next coach of the Miami Dolphins, I know who it is right now. Just telling you. Not reporting this as, fact, but I'm just telling you right now. I've taken a look at the tea leaves. I've done the mathematical equation. I know who the next coach is.
Do you feel as strongly about this as you did of UConn plus 1.5 against BC?
Boy, I was all over that.
You were all over that.
And I mean, I don't know if I feel as strongly about this as I did Kent State -2.5 against UMass, but it's close. It's really close. I have seen the future for the Miami Dolphins, and I know what it is, but I just need to put that on pause for a moment. Did you see the takedown that Teddy Bruschi did of Mike McDaniel on the ESPN pregame?
I did not.
I didn't see it live. I mean,
Right.
You and I don't watch any of this crap anymore. They have a picture of McDaniel on the sidelines in, his, and he is a dresser. I mean, he is.
Every girl's crazy about a sharp-dressed man.
Right. And
Whew.
so they had a caption of Mike McDaniel, and Teddy Bruschi said, listen, I was in locker rooms for 15 years. Okay. We have to listen to the coach, believe in the coach, the whole deal. He goes, if that was standing in front of me, seriously, and all of a sudden we're not winning, you really think I'm going to listen to that? I'm just telling you. I don't care how that sounds. I'm just telling you. I'm not listening to that. He destroyed him. All right. Back to who the next coach of the Dolphins is. So, Mark, you've already hit on two of the things. Okay. We're going to go from Mike McDaniel to what? We're going to go with a defensive guy. Okay. And he's certainly going to be a little tougher on the players. Right. Mark, it's helpful. It's not necessary, but isn't it helpful if the coach understands, if not the organization, understands the community, the just what the team's history and culture is all about, and has a soft spot for it. Isn't that helpful?
Yes, I think it is.
Okay. This guy grew up in Miami, even went to St. Thomas Aquinas High School. Okay.
All right.
He has been the longest tenured assistant coach on Sean McVay's staff. In fact, he's been there every day that McVay has been the head coach of the Rams. Mark, we have joked over the years, what is almost a prerequisite for you to get hired in the National Football League? To have had at least a ham and cheese sandwich with Sean McVay, never mind work for him. I mean, there are a lot of people been hired in the last half dozen years because they have a connection to Sean McVay.
No doubt. No doubt.
Mm-hmm.
He was the young genius, and a lot of his coaches are spread throughout the league now. Okay.
This guy is a current coordinator, Mark. Coordinator. And his unit is excelling, and it excelled last year. And he's been given credit not just for his game day decision-making, but for his player development of young players. Mm-hmm. And he's never been a head coach before, which would hurt you if you were trying to be hired for just about anybody not named Stephen Ross. Because Stephen Ross doesn't hire the expensive, proven head coach. Take a look at all of Stephen Ross's hires as head coach. They're assistants. They're cheap. They're young. In every instance except when he gave Parcells the keys to the team and he hired Tony Sperano, but even Tony at the time was middle-aged. Okay, Mark, here's the coup de grace. Are you ready?
I'm ready. Give it to me. I can take it, David.
Remember, this is to be the head coach of the Miami Dolphins. This particular candidate behind door number 1, his last name is Shula.
That seems to be, it definitely has something with the history of this particular franchise, David.
He will be 40 years old in February. So shortly before his 40th birthday, ladies and gentlemen, your next coach of the Miami Dolphins will be Chris Shula, the current defensive coordinator of the Los Angeles Rams. And the defense rush. Thank you. Thank you. Bet it hard right now. This is Kent State -2.5 at home against UMass. This is UConn getting 1.5 at Boston College. Okay. This is the Tigers 15.5 games ahead of never mind.
Whatever.
There it is. Take it to the bank, baby. It's done. It's over with. The hell with this Gruden stuff. The hell with this bringing Flores back and apologizing. Okay? And this is going to be like in Jacksonville. Chris will take somebody from the Rams front office, just like the Jags did. Okay? And then they'll hire the next guy. Yeah, that he's going to run the organization. And Chris is going to work for him. And the two are going to, be symbiotic. Kind of like what they have in Jacksonville and what they have in a few other places. They did it in Buffalo with two guys who were working in Carolina. The list goes on and on. I'm just saying. Just saying. Book it, Mark. Book it.
All right. I like it. I actually do like it. There's only one real problem.
What's that?
Is that I don't know of anybody that owns a team in the league that could screw up a hire more than one Stephen Ross.
Which is why, how can you not hire the guy in Miami named Shula? Come on now.
No, David, I love it. And the point that you had to really listen to through all the pomp and circumstance is that Ross doesn't hire proven head coaches.
He doesn't.
I mean, that's the part of this that when you're selling me on this, that makes the most sense. Look at who he's hired. Guys that were never head coaches before.
We can go all the way back. Cam Cameron, Tony Sperano, yeah, right. The Green Bay offensive coordinator, the last two, done.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie, John, and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at PelicanRoofingCompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Todd and I are local. We're involved in our community. We live here. We work here. We're in our showroom every day. We love working with our guests. We love giving back to our community.
We are so excited about our new store. Same location, same team, new environment. Every day is like a grand reopening. Absolutely stunning when you walk through our doors now. Come experience the newness of the diamond district. See what we've done.
American Paint Supplies, celebrating 30 years in Naples, is proud to be the exclusive Farrow and Ball dealer in Southwest Florida. The best thing to come from the UK since the Beatles, Farrow and Ball has the colors and paints at American Paint Supplies. See why all the designers and painters choose Farrow and Ball. For 30 years, American Paint Supplies provides the perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs.
It's the event everyone will be talking about when college basketball's biggest names take the court in Fort Myers. The Michigan State Spartans and the North Carolina Tar Heels headline the 2025 Skechers Fort Myers Tip-Off. Witness the excitement live and in person this Thanksgiving week at Suncoast Arena. The stage is set. Will you be there? Lock in your spot now at FortMyersTipoff.com/go. That's FortMyersTipoff.com/go. See you Thanksgiving week at Suncoast Arena.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Ooh, there's Jeff. Good morning, sir.
Hey, good morning, Mark. How are you?
Good. How you doing?
I'm good. I'm gonna be busy.
Yeah.
But good. Yeah, doing well.
Not as busy as ever's got to raise the $54 million to get that buyout done.
Yeah, they've been busy. They've been busy before the Stanford game. I think we could see where this was headed. But I know this. The one good thing they have going for, the one thing they have going for them, I guess, is, and it's 20-something million they'll have to pay up front, but they can pay off the rest until 2031. So it's not nothing. It's another shitty line item for them, but they don't have to pay it all off. Like, I was reading where if Kentucky fired Mark Stoops, they have to pay it now within 30 days. That if Florida State had a situation like that, they wouldn't be able to make the move. But if you're going to pay it off over that amount of time, they can.
All right, we'll get into it. How you doing? How's your weekend?
Weekend was good, other than watching them lose again. But it was fine. I had a good weekend.
And having to stay up till like 1:30 to do it. That's the other.
Yeah, it was. I had already made up my mind what needed to happen about halfway through the second quarter, and you still got to stay up and watch the game. And yeah, that's a toughie. I think for a lot of Florida State fans, and I know I felt this way too. I didn't even care that they got the call wrong. He's in, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. And it was kind of odd because I was telling my wife, she's a Florida State graduate too, and she goes, "Do you even care? You don't seem upset." I'm like, "Are you kidding me? We need a call to go our way to beat Stanford. It's over. What are we doing?" So, yeah.
Yep. How quickly things change.
It is amazing, though. There's a lot there. We'll have plenty to talk about, but yeah, it is amazing to watch that play out. And I think Mike cares deeply. I think he's a hard worker. He's not, it wasn't a lack of work ethic and all of that. Sometimes you see stuff like that, but man, they've tuned him out. They have tuned him out.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes until the top of the hour. This gentleman has no material with which to work, and he's a sports talk show host, so it's tough. It's really tough. He lives in Tallahassee, and he covers Florida State for a living, whether it be for Real Talk 93.3 or warchant.com. Warchant.com. He's Jeff Cameron, host of the Jeff Cameron Show, middays, and then blogging and podcasts all over the place. Follow him on X, the letter J Cameron Show, the letter J Cameron Show. Did I read a post of yours on X correctly where midway through the game Saturday you said, quote, "This is over"?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, you did. And it resoundingly so. Now, look, I didn't need to see the rest of that game play out the way that it did, but it should be noted they have 9 straight ACC losses. Like, you can stop the conversation there. I don't think Mike Norvell's, as I've said many times before, most ardent supporter can come back from 9 straight ACC losses. I mean, David and Mark, Daryl Mudra was at the helm at Florida State in 1975, the last time they lost 4 straight games. This is his 4th 4-game losing streak for Mike Norvell since he's been here. So, I mean, what are we doing?
What the hell happened between the Alabama game and now? Because they beat Alabama and they beat them at the point of attack. And we went, I'll be damned. Look at them at the line of scrimmage. They look good. And then they lose to Stanford. Can you explain it?
It is somewhat inexplicable. It really is. I would tell you We knew going into the season that Florida State was going to lack depth, that their front line starting was not terrible, but it wasn't going to be great. I think they had the great fortune in retrospect to play Alabama the first game of the year. Obviously, they wouldn't want to play that game now. But playing that kid, his first ever real road start, the 3-3-5 is a weird defense, and I think he looked confused. They were able to ratchet up a lot of pressure on Simpson in that game. Even though they didn't get to him a lot, he was always off platform, always running around trying to make plays. And Florida State was told all off season going into that game how bad they were and how they wouldn't be able to compete and that they were going to get embarrassed and that this year was just going to be like last year. And they were angry. But somewhere along the way, after that game, I don't think it helped them to play the two cupcakes they played right after. I don't think that did them any good. And they go on the road to Virginia and they lose that game. And I think they got exposed a little bit from a coaching standpoint there, too. From that point forward, Mark, linebackers have been isolated in coverage every week, and they're not good enough. The talent's not good enough. And teams began to looked at film, looked at what happened in the Alabama game, looked at the other games and said, oh, we can exploit this. We can exploit this. And there is no answer. There's nobody coming off the bench to save the day. They don't have somebody else that they can put out there in some of these spots and upgrade the talent. And it's just getting exposed. Now, They didn't play terrible on defense the other night. Now you've got a problem where I think it's through the locker room that they've tuned Mike Norvell out.
Well, and that would be 2 years in a row because obviously you don't go 2-10 last year with the roster that you had assembled if they didn't at some point stop playing for him. So I asked the question, though, and it's a simple question with a lot of, arms and legs attached to it. But do they have to get rid of Mike Norvell knowing that if they do, it's a $90 to $100 million decision to pay off him, his staff, hire the new guy, and hire that staff? This is Florida State, not Texas A&M. Does Florida State have to fire Mike Norvell?
Yes, they have to fire Mike Norvell. I don't think it's tenable to have Mike Norvell on those sidelines again. I think there's an argument to be made that they quit the other night. I'm a big believer. I have said this for as long as I've been broadcasting, covering sports, whether it's here or SiriusXM or anything that I've ever done. If you have evidence that players have quit on a coach, that coach cannot be there any longer. No matter what the other circumstances may be, you have to move on at that point. The cost-benefit analysis, David, and all the research that they do in these things, it is always, always coming out on the side of pulling off the Band-Aid quickly. You have to do it. You have to move forward. You're going to lose more money long-term by keeping a dead man walking in place for the foreseeable future. When does that money become tenable? When is it that they decide that they can afford to fire him? I mean, wait till next year and owe him $40-something million? I think you got to do it.
Okay. Can they pull it off? I mean, like David said, this is not Texas A&M.
Yeah.
It's $54 million. Is this something that's doable? Are the Ducks in a row or getting close to it? Obviously, they got a bye week coming up, so this is the right time. Do they have the cash?
Well, luckily for them, this deal is not structured the way some of the deals across the country have been structured that we've read about before with coaches that are either on the hot seat. Lord knows we spend a lot of time these days finding out what buyouts are, what contracts are, what they look like. I mean, this is college football in 2025. But I know for Florida State's case, I am of the understanding that they would owe up front in the neighborhood of $20+ million. From there, you would pay off the remaining 30-something million till 2031. So you have some time to pay that off. The power brokers of which you speak, Mark, have all been contacted, obviously. Many of them are very angry about the situation because they were already asked to pony up to bring in a Gus Malzahn and to change and shake up this staff already. So It's a matter of winning over a few of those that have already had to write significant checks. Those same people, however, care very deeply about Florida State's fortunes, and this simply cannot stand. You can't, on the heels of 2-10, you can't be in the midst of this sort of free fall and think that it's okay to ride it out.
It is amazing if you take the Orange Bowl out of the equation, because half the team literally quit when they didn't get the bid to the playoff. But they were 13-0. He had won 19 straight games, because he finished the season previously with a 6-game winning streak. Since winning 19 in a row, they are 5-14. It is absolutely staggering. I do want to touch on the AD here. Like, a lot has been talked about in Gainesville. Should Scott Strickland still have his job? He's 0 for 2 on hiring football coaches. This AD didn't hire Norvell, correct? And he's made the baseball change, which has worked. He's got a very popular moving Leonard Hamilton out and brought in a former Knoll. And there's optimism, if not immediate, but about the future of Florida State basketball. He's made other really good hires. Okay. So is he safe in this, or is he going to be collateral damage?
He might be, David. I don't think he's as safe as some people think he is. He has made good hires. Link Jarrett coming back to Tallahassee, as you just alluded to. Florida State's baseball program is a top 10 program. The soccer hire, the basketball hire, a lot of people are excited about all that. I would just say this. There is a view that Michael Alford, the AD, does not understand or accept that the rev share agreement and NIL agreements, of which there is obviously a committee that looks to see the fairness of the deal and all of that, he does not seem to understand that people are not abiding by this, that this is not really a cap, that if you are serious about winning, you have to continue to push the envelope when it comes to being able to raise funds for NIL. He has a Pollyanna view of what this is, that people are going to abide by the rules and that deals are not going to, expand beyond market value and so forth. And there are some frustrations amongst some of the coaches at Florida State about that view. So I would suggest to you that if there are coaches at Florida State who do not have faith in Michael Alford, then they would probably seek to voice that sooner rather than later, and that this could involve then maybe a two-pronged maneuver.
He's Jeff Cameron, warchant.com, 93.3 Real Talk in Tallahassee. Follow him on X, the letter J, Cameron Show, the letter J, Cameron Show.
So, Jeff, do you already have a short list of 4 or 5 names that you think work at Florida State? You know, we've talked about the Florida job a lot. And David, a while back, after South Florida beat them, couldn't praise Alex Golish enough. And Alex has come on our show a bunch. We like him. We love what he's done there. I've told David from the word go, to me, he's not the guy in Florida, because they're not going to go outside Power 4 for a coach again. With that being said, is there a short list that you think the Noles, who the type of coaches that they want, if they can pull this off to get rid of Norvell here quickly?
Yeah, it's big picture, right? I mean, do you want to spend a lot less on a coach and pour your money into players and go an NFL model and GM and so forth from there? We talk about that a lot these days in college football.
Like, very quickly, I think UCLA should do that, by the way. That they seem to have the mix right now. Spend the money on the players, and we'll worry about a coaching upgrade down the road. So anyway, back to the Noles.
No, I agree with you on that. I mean, this is a philosophical debate. We're at an inflection point in college football. I think the years of going out and grabbing some iconic coach and paying him $14, $13, $12 million may be coming to an end, save for a select few. You know, sure, Florida will probably go after Lane Kiffin. They want to make a splash. Florida State does not need to go after Lane Kiffin. Not that he would come here anyhow. I certainly would knock on the door of one James Franklin at this point, especially if Penn State's going to help pay the bill. I would take a look at James Franklin and say, all right, look, I'll hold my nose in some of these big games against Clemson, Miami, and Florida over the coming years. But you know what? We need to stop losing to Virginia, Pitt, and Stanford. And he would do that. They would win those games. The other thing he would do is recruit. He's a very good program builder. For all of his foibles, and he has several, he is a very good program builder. I think you got to make the call and find out.
Yeah, we agree for the record.
Okay.
He is a program builder.
Yeah. There are things I don't like about James Franklin, but I think that's going to be with any candidate, by the way.
Okay, well, We all know the obvious name here.
No, David, don't even go there. I'm not even going to entertain the idea of it. I know where the hell you're going, David. We're not doing this. There's no way. Don't even go down this road, sir. Jimbo Fisher does not need to be. Is that where you're going?
No.
Oh,
No.
come on. That's where you were going.
That's not where I was going. It's the second place I was going, but it was not the first, young man. How dare you talk to me with that disdain on my show? You could talk to me like that on your show. Dion.
No. Can we have a serious discussion about coaches here, please?
It was just a name. All I said was a name. Here comes the disdain, ladies and gentlemen. Go, Jeff.
No, I gave you two that are no, and that's those big two are no. Look, there's a lot of reasons why no, but let's start with Jimbo Fisher because that's the more interesting one. I actually think there's a tiny bit of traction amongst a segment here in Tallahassee and in the booster world that like Jimbo and want him back. But lest they forget that this is a man who absolutely has led to the current set of circumstances that Florida State finds themselves in.
Thank you. He's the one that quit on them, and that put them in the spot that they're in now, still trying to dig out of.
And not just that.
I'm not a Florida State guy, and I can't forgive that.
Well, agreed, Mark. And the other problem is people have short-term memory here. Did we not just see, despite all the resources in the world, him fail miserably at Texas A&M? It's not as if he went on to go do great things somewhere else and kind of reestablish a reputation. He failed miserably with every possible resource at his disposal. No.
Would you
They
call
are clearly better off with Coach Elko at Texas A&M.
Would you call Golish?
I like Alex. I don't know if I would, Mark. You know who Alex Golish is? Mike Norvell.
I know. I understand.
They are in between a rock and a hard place. This is a tough situation. They cannot keep Mike Norvell. You cannot allow that man to be on the sideline moving forward. And yet, I don't know that there's a clear-cut candidate that I love.
I get the sense I'm not allowed to talk the rest of the segment, but I'm going to dare to ask this question. Does he get fired in the next 48 hours, or are they going to let the season play out?
They're on a bye week, so I don't feel like they feel compelled to act yet. That's why he didn't get fired yesterday. There was travel.
Right.
1 minute.
Yeah. David, I don't know the answer to that. I will tell you that as soon as this interview is over, and I'm not rushing away because I love talking to you gentlemen, I just got a text. That text is going to be from somebody who'd know the answer to that question. Lawyers and such are reaching out, David. So we will find out real soon, but I can't say definitively. I'd be guessing.
Okay.
He's Jeff Cameron, warchant.com. I wonder what he's going to talk about this afternoon. I have no idea. Miller and Moulton. We've got Kevin Brockway coming up next hour to talk about what's going on in Gainesville.
This year during Thanksgiving week,
Better,
Fort
fellas.
Myers takes the
Thanks,
national
buddy.
stage
Great
host
job.
the 2 elite women's college basketball tournaments, the Fort Myers Tip-Off and Coconut Hoops, both featuring Power 4 teams and nationally ranked programs. Few places in the country can showcase this level of talent. We're proud that Fort Myers is one of them. Don't miss your chance. For tickets, go to visitfortmyers.com/basketball. Lee County, building a better community through business, sports, and tourism. Let's talk the big differences between Floor Meisters and the big box store that sells flooring. Floor Meisters is family owned. They do flooring, not doors, nuts and bolts, or weed killer. They specialize in it. They know it. Floor Meisters backs their installer, so if there's ever an issue, good chance the boss, TJ, will come out and make it right. Floor Meisters prices beat the box stores every day of the week. When you think flooring, think Floor Meisters in Naples. Floormeisters.com. Real people, real prices, real quality selection. The Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and
The
sound.
Cape Coral Police Department is growing and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000 depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to capecops.com, capecops.com. Be brave, be best, be Cape.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or nolanagency.com. Football season is back and celebrate your game day with Jimmy the Beef Guy. We're talking tender, juicy Chicago beef sandwiches. Whether your party's for 10, 100, or 200, bring game day to your house with Jimmy the Beef Guy. The catering packages come with the beef, the gravy, the peppers, the bread, everything you need. 2 convenient locations, Fort Myers and Bonita Springs. Skip the ordinary and bring the beef. Jimmy the Beef Guy, Chicago flavor, Southwest Florida style. Call today or visit jimmythebeefguy.com. Tell him Miller and Moulton.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Yeah, Miller, he may very well have gotten it. He sent me a text last night. He said, I may get a text or a phone call at 7:30. If so, may have to push the segment back till 8. I said, just let us know. Are the blinds, the light behind me, a problem or no?
Had computer issues. All my computer this morning, production computer there.
Just what you want, right?
Yeah, I'm used to it.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Halfway home on this Overreaction Monday. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Just got done talking to Jeff Cameron on the American Paint Supplies hotline, your one-stop shop for all your coating needs, about Florida State and the Mike Norvell predicament. He says it's over. You got to fire him. Take the Band-Aid off. Yeah, it's going to cost a lot of money, but it's money. They'll find it. They always do. Kevin Brockway in 35 minutes to talk about the Gators, who did just that. With Sunbelt Billy, he gone. He gone. And now where does Florida go from here? And we did a segment on the Dolphins in which we told you that the next head coach, we told you early last week that Napier was dead man walking. He would be fired, win or lose, after Mississippi State. We are telling you now, 3 months in advance, that Chris Shula, the current defensive coordinator of the LA Rams, will be the next head coach of the Miami Dolphins. Chris Shula, yes, grandson of. Yes. Done. Book it. It's over. All right? Stop your worrying.
Okay, if you say so. My question to you is, why haven't the Dolphins, and I'm serious, why aren't they firing McDaniel? I'm not messing around here. That if they're going to do what they're going to do in Tallahassee, and they already did what they did in Gainesville, why do you let this guy continue to coach this team?
I just figured they didn't want to pull a Pat Hayden to Lane Kiffin on the tarmac. I guess they're just letting him go home and shower and get a hot meal and a, decent night's sleep before they do it today. That's what I'm assuming, Mark. I'm literally, that's the only thing I'm assuming, that they just figured, well, why do it on a Sunday night when we can just do it on a Monday morning? I'm expecting news to come out before we sign off in 2 hours. Honestly, that's how much of a foregone conclusion this is in my soul. And I'm not even a fan. Never mind if I was an owner. Never mind, does the GM have any cachet here? I mean, doesn't he have to fire the head coach just to try to help save his butt?
Well, David, I don't think he can. I mean, obviously, he can't do that on his own. He can't fire McDaniel without Mr. Ross giving him permission to do so.
But it's almost incomprehensible to think that if Chris Grier called Stephen Ross during the fourth quarter of yesterday's game from the, his little suite, if he called, and said, hey, boss, I think you're watching. Of course I'm watching. It's time for a change. Okay. You okay if I make the change? I mean, if Stephen Ross hesitates, then we've got major problems.
Well, I said it last week on this show. The problems clearly start there. He is not showing the ability to hire competent people to run his football team.
No doubt.
He hasn't. So there's nothing there. There's no track record that says it's going to change now. The fact that Grier's been able to keep his job is amazing to me. But I hope for the Dolphins fan you're right. Because, one of the things you pointed out, again, in doing the starting five, was what the Patriots did yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
And all of you Dolph fans went, oh, good, they're bad. We only have to worry about the Bills. They've passed you. They've leapt past you. Miller and Moulton were dead wrong about Tua. We've admitted it numerous times.
Yeah.
We were wrong. We thought he would be a much more accurate passer.
Yeah, thought he'd be a better quarterback, whether it's the injuries or whatever. The bottom line is we banked on Tua. He's not the answer. And unfortunately, they got to pay him. Now, they can get out from it with the damage being doable after next season.
And I would use, sorry, David, but I would do what Cameron said. I'm ripping the Band-Aid. I'm doing what Denver did with Russ. I'm done. I'm eating the money. I don't care. Don't know what to tell you. He can't, after what he said last week, even more so, he cannot be in my locker room anymore.
Well, he's clearly broken. I mean, to me, it's just a matter of, are you carrying him on the payroll to preserve the future cap, kind of what the Browns are doing right now with Deshaun Watson. None of us think Deshaun Watson is ever seriously going to be the Browns quarterback again. He's recovering from injury, but when he's healthy, which could be as soon as next month, okay, none of us think that Deshaun Watson's the future of the Browns. They're just contractually in a bind. And that's where Mark and I would be having the argument. I'd be like, we need to carry him on the roster for another year. And Mark would be like, no, I don't want to see his face a day longer than I have to. I don't care what the cap ramifications are. Suck it up and deal. Oh, okay, boss.
And unfortunately, this isn't an NHL situation where I could come up with an injury and just get rid of him.
Right. Can't put him on LTIR.
Because I don't, if I have to pay him, I still don't want to see him. So we're on opposite sides there. David may be right. Financially, I know that he's right. I can't see his face anymore. I've got to get him out.
I hear you. I hear you.
So that's where I am with that. I mean, they were humiliated by the Cleveland Browns yesterday.
Humiliated by one of the clearly 5 worst teams in the league, might be one of the 3 worst. Remember, they hadn't done squat with Dylan Gabriel at quarterback.
So Miami, you're going to, here's the good news. At the rate you're going, you're going to be battling just a few teams for the first overall pick.
Yep. You and the Jets and the Saints.
Yeah.
Well, the Titans might be in the mix. I hold out hope. I hold out hope that the Titans might be able to get a couple more wins down the road, but maybe not. This could be a hell of a 4-way battle for the first overall pick of the draft.
Mark your calendars now. November 30th, Saints at Miami.
Oh, it's big.
It is huge.
That's big. Plus, the Dolphins have another date with the Jets.
Right.
Okay. I mean, is there a game with the Titans? That would be spectacular.
No, there is not.
No,
there is not.
Damn. All right. So, but right now, ladies and gentlemen, the Dolphins have the second overall pick of the draft. Yep. Here we go. Mm-hmm.
And Dolphin, feel free, whether you're in the YouTube or Twitch chat room, or if you want to text the show, the Pelican Roofing of Florida text line. The number's 21,000. The keyword's Miller if you've never texted the show before. How many of these guys that are on the current roster do you even want on the roster next year? I mean, Achane, Waddle.
Paul, the left tackle, Samavea there, the left guard. Okay, we can just defense as well. We can go through it. I mean, got to have some reserves, maybe a couple guys we think are decent second teamers. I mean, I don't know. Maybe there's 20 guys we can hold on to. Maybe.
And this is the other problem that I see for Miami. At some point, Stephen Ross has to be an owner here. And he either has to say, get me some draft picks for next year, Save me $10 million for this year and start getting rid of guys. Because I don't think Greer's going to do it without being told to do it.
Right. And that's what I'm asking of Stephen Ross today. That I would hope you've already done it. Honestly, you've had 16 hours since the end of the game. I mean, I'm hoping that you're a competent enough owner that you've already given, the order that Mike McDaniel has to go. The second order is you have 15 days. Trade everybody except for these 8 guys. Everybody else is on the market. Waller, you name it, whatever you can get. I want 20 draft picks in next year's draft, or take some in 2027 too, because we're not going to be good next year. Whatever you can get. But I want 12 draft picks acquired in the next 15 days, and the coach needs to be gone by lunch. Do you have it? Am I clear?
Oh, yeah. By the way, tell whoever the interim coach is, they can start Ewers next week, okay? Because I don't want to see Tua play at all on my football team anymore.
Right.
I'm done. So,
and by the way, you're lucky I haven't fired you yet for Zach Wilson. Zach Wilson.
And you spent decent money to get Zach Wilson. That's
$6 million. $6 million on Zach Wilson. Did you not watch him play? Hell, he played for the Jets. We faced him twice a year for 3 years. Were you not watching? Oh.
It's ridiculous.
Yep.
And this is where I said it last week, and you think Marino's the guy, and I'm fine if that's the guy. There are others that I talk to that don't think it's the guy. They need to hire someone that's over the football operations staff.
Yes. Well, I just mentioned Marino because he's in the owner's box and has been for 10 years. Okay. Now, there have been guys who have left the Dolphins organization. All right. And some of them think that they should maybe be brought back in and maybe be in that overseeing role. But, Stephen Ross has not gone that route. He has not layered his organization the way other teams have, to have owner, president of football ops, GM, coach.
Didn't they kind of have that with Tannenbaum there? But I don't think Tannenbaum's the right guy. I've never been a Tannenbaum guy as a football guy. But they need a philosophical change on how they do business. And it has to start today. And the only thing, David, I hope you're right, but you and I both follow a few Dolphin guys on X. I've not seen anyone even hinting that a change is coming today. A change is coming in Gainesville. Kevin Brockway in 25 minutes to talk about it. For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122. or nolanagency.com.
Let's talk the big differences between Floormeisters and the big box store that sells flooring. Floormeisters is family owned. They do flooring, not doors, nuts and bolts, or weed killer. They specialize in it. They know it. Floormeisters backs their installer. So if there's ever an issue, good chance the boss, TJ, will come out and make it right. Floormeisters prices beat the box stores every day of the week. When you think flooring, think Floormeisters in Naples. Floormeisters.com. Real people, real prices, real quality selection. The Floormeisters, just keeping it real.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at PelicanRoofingCompany.com. CCC 13325.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Well, fly panda fly, if the Falcons don't make the playoffs this year, I don't think Raheem's going to be getting any passes.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. On this Overreaction Monday, Kevin Brockway from the Gainesville Sun. Gators, there's not a Gator fan alive that thinks they overreacted in getting rid of Sunbelt Billy yesterday early afternoon.
And I don't think there's a Dolphin fan alive that thinks Miller and Moulton are overreacting when we say they need to fire McDaniel now.
No. I want to throw two situations out there for you.
Okay.
If you're Mike Elko, for those that don't know, he's the head coach of Texas A&M. You've done a pretty good job this last year and a half. Right now, you're 7-0 and ranked third in the country. Now, they've got tough part of their schedule, you could argue, coming up, and a decent amount of it's on the road. So who knows? This could be the high water mark for Mike Elko and Texas A&M. But Mark, he's a Northeast guy. He's born and raised in Jersey. He went to college at Penn. His first 10 years of his professional career were all in the Northeast at small colleges. If you're Mike Elko and Penn State comes calling, I'll say it again. He's a Jersey Northeast guy. A&M, Penn State.
Well, all the criteria that you mentioned, you didn't mention some of the other things. To be the coach, where he's been, he has got that classy part that the AD talked about.
Mm-hmm. He was at Duke before
right.
A&M as head coach. Right.
And I think he checks a lot of the boxes that Penn State wants checked. The only one that we are unsure of whether or not he checks or not is he the coach that can make Penn State a team that competes for natties every year.
So if he goes on the road to Austin and beats Texas after Thanksgiving, is that enough of a sell? Would that close the deal for you? Because let's face it, I mean, how often does A&M beat Texas when A&M is good?
Not often.
How often did they do it before the rivalry was put on hiatus for 12 years?
Not in Austin.
Right. Okay.
It would be a sell for me. And I like where you're at with this. Would Penn State be okay with it? That doesn't seem like a name to me that would excite Penn State people. And I don't know what name it is that will, to be brutally honest with you.
Well, I got to admit, if Mike Elko, who's got A&M undefeated and third in the country, if that's not good enough for you, I would like to, okay. But I hear you. It might not be enough. Might not be sexy enough. I get you. Okay. I got two other names/situations. And you're a college AD and you're looking to hire a coach who has had some serious success. He's not having it right now. So everybody's down on him. Mark, would you call LSU and Brian Kelly and say, let's face it, this is not the best marriage. Brian, we'll give you a life raft. Okay. LSU, they're not going to stand in your way.
No. They'll help you pack.
Right.
They'll hire the movers.
Right.
No. They would do a lot
right.
to end this relationship because They don't like him. They
Right.
simply do not like Brian Kelly.
Right.
They don't want him coaching there.
And I get it. Brian Kelly is not a likable guy. He rubs a lot of people the wrong way. He took Notre Dame to the playoff 3 times before the current rule structure was in place, when everybody said you couldn't do it. Brian Kelly in the 20 teens took Notre Dame to the national championship game and then to the 14 playoff combined 3 times. Okay. He did one of the best jobs that decade in all of college football. He had an undefeated season at Cincinnati. He won titles as a D2 coach. Brian Kelly can coach. He's a jerk, but Brian Kelly can coach. If you're a big name program, whether it's Penn State, whether it's Florida, whether it's Arkansas, okay, do you call Brian Kelly, his agent, and then just say, listen, I can make the phone call. They're not going to stand in your way. What do you say? Time for a new home? This didn't work out. Okay. No harm, no foul. What do you say? That's number one. Does Brian Kelly, if you're Florida or Penn State, interest you? The Penn State connection also. Penn State, Notre Dame. They go after the same kids. Okay. Notre Dame's huge in the Northeast, which is where Penn State's biggest. Okay. Trust me, Penn State people may not like Brian Kelly. Penn State people were going, Brian Kelly did a hell of a job. Just curious, does that scenario interest you at any of the places that are out there?
I know Gator fans not going to like to hear this. Brian Kelly would be perfect for Florida. I don't think he's perfect for Penn State. I think the jerk factor doesn't work in Happy Valley. I don't. They've said so.
Okay.
So to me, Brian Kelly to Penn State, no. And every time we bring up a coach or a job, there's someone either on the Pelican Roofing of Florida text line or in one of our chat rooms that goes Freeman with Notre Dame. For the record, and we'll just state it again,
he's not leaving.
He's not going anywhere. We don't believe. If on the shocked scale of 1 to 10, it would be a 27 for me if he leaves Notre Dame.
And I'd go
for
higher.
Penn State, for Florida, I mean, maybe one day for the Buckeyes because he's
Bingo.
He's a grad.
Bingo. It's the only place in which I think Marcus Freeman says that A, I'd care more about it deep down than I do here, and B, it's probably the only other place in the modern college football which might be as good or better situation than what I have. Okay. Now, NFL. Sometimes things run its course. Maybe that's going on here, maybe not. Just curious. If you're the Dolphins, you can't do it now. They don't think all is lost. But let's just say this franchise can't turn it around this year and they miss the playoffs and they're in a minor retool situation. Do you call the Ravens about John Harbaugh if you're the Dolphins? He's been there, second longest tenure behind Tomlin? Okay, he's been there since 2008. George W. Bush was president when John Harbaugh got the Ravens job. He's in his early 60s, but he's a young early 60s. If you're the Dolphins, do you pick up the phone and call the Ravens, wait another month or so if the season is lost and go, hey, what do you say? Instead of having to pay him, okay, if you're going to move on, would you mind if we talk to him?
So let me ask you, that means compensation.
Maybe. We could argue it because I could say to you, Mark, I know you want a draft pick, but let's face it, if I take him off your hands, you save millions from firing him. Okay, so, Brian Billick only had the one bad year in Baltimore. Okay, 2007, and they fired him, moved on to John Harbaugh. I mean, they may just decide Harbaugh's tenure has run its course. I mean, the Eagles did with Andy Reid. They just said, we know Andy's a great coach, but it's no longer working here. Got to move on.
I understand. I just think there would be compensation involved. The difference and Baltimore, as bad as they're playing this year, from the standpoint of model franchises in the league,
Yeah,
they're right there.
Yeah,
they are right there. The way that they run their organization, second to none. Kevin Brockway next, Miller and Moulton.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing, and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000, depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to capecops.com. capecops.com. Be brave, be best, be Cape.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Let's talk the big differences between Floor Meisters and the big box store that sells flooring. Floor Meisters is family owned. They do flooring, not doors, nuts and bolts, or weed killer. They specialize in it. They know it. Floor Meisters backs their installer. So if there's ever an issue, good chance the boss, TJ, will come out and make it right. Floor Meisters prices beat the box stores every day of the week. When you think flooring, think Floor Meisters in Naples. FloorMeisters.com. Real people, real prices, real quality selection. The Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Fam, I like Matt Rule a lot, but objectively, what has Matt Rule done that's any better than what James Franklin just did at Penn State? Adam, here's why I wouldn't call Joe Brady. Because let's just say he comes to Florida and he does well, then he'll end up at LSU. And that's the truth. So why should I bring him here only to lose him to an SEC rival? Then okay, maybe. I just
David, can you just shoot Kevin a quick text and tell him he should have the link? Because I don't have his number in my phone for whatever reason.
he's hopping on.
Okay.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes until the top of the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. 2 Monday Night Football games tonight. I'm in Detroit, Bucks and Lions, 7 Eastern on ABC. Hour earlier, 7 Eastern, ABC. Texans, Seahawks, 10 Eastern on ESPN. We've been talking a bunch of hypotheticals. Reality in Gainesville is the Billy Napier era is over. Kevin Brockway covers the Gators, football, basketball, all sports. Gainesville Sun, Gannett, Florida Sports Network. Follow Kevin Brockway on X at Kevin Brockway G1. Kevin Brockway G1. Kevin, it's David and Mark. Thanks for joining us. How are you?
I'm good, and this is very nice. Get to see your wonderful faces here on this StreamYard app. So,
yes, glad you could do it. We're happy, and it sounds better for our audience. So, thank you so much for hooking up with us this way. All right, the inevitable happened. We had read about it all week. We had heard that it was coming. They fired Napier, trying to get them at least. To me, this Franklin firing started the whole thing. They didn't want to get too far behind in the coaching search, but when David said it's been since the Truman administration, since Florida's fired a coach that had a losing record, this couldn't have gone any worse than it did with Billy Napier, could it have?
well, it could have gotten worse if Mekhi Barrow didn't come up with the interception. They'd be 2-5 instead of 3-4. But it was pretty bad. Especially, the whole week last week took on kind of like a eulogy feel as reports began to surface, and there was a feeling that this could happen this weekend. It makes a lot of sense. And I mean, the way Scott Strickland explained it, you give the interim the chance during the bye week, etc. This was basically, 4 years, not enough progress, and fans are entitled to progress. Certainly, that wasn't showing on the field. I mean, it followed a typical script of bumbling mistakes, questionable play calls. They had 12 men on the field for a 2-point conversion. They had to delay a game on a field goal attempt and a hands to the face that pushed Well, it was supposed to be a 30-yard field goal, tap back 50 yards. But I mean, big picture wise, a change needed to be made in direction. I mean, I think everyone could agree Sunday through Friday, Billy Napier was a good coach. He was a good ambassador of the program. He just couldn't figure it out on Saturdays. And I think this proves, David, that the next coach you need, and Mark, I think you need a guy that's, a schemer as well as a program builder. I think ideally you'd like to have both, but the coaching in the SEC is too good. You need someone that can really, draw plays, get guys open, and manage a game, because so many of these games are so close when it comes to, the parity in college football.
Okay, blank piece of paper and a pen, and they get who they want. Who is it?
I mean, I think Lane, is going to be the first choice. But can you get him to leave Ole Miss? I mean, the dark horse name I'm hearing too is Rhett Lashley at SMU. I think that's an interesting. He's a spread offense guy. I think the spread works very well in Florida. He took SMU to the college football playoff last year, and he also, just beat Clemson this year. And who knows? He might beat Miami in a couple of weeks, and they might be in the hunt for the ACC title again because. But he's a good young offensive mind, and Eli Drinkwitz is another name that's kind of searching. But I think it'll start with Lane, and we'll see where it goes from there.
We even joked you got to call Nick and be told no. But would they call Urban again?
I've wondered that. I just think in talking to Urban, I mean, we talked to him last February about, we were at Spurrier's for an event there, and, they're going to honor him before the Tennessee game, right? So that would be almost like a Billy Martin thing from the 70s, bring him out there and say, and the next coach for next year's, I mean, right. that would make a fair feel dramatic, but I think his days of coaching are through. I think he's happy with the broadcasting. I think that that's where he wants to go, but maybe there'll be a back channel overture. I think a lot of time has passed in terms of how he left the program. I think he's remembered very fondly by the current Gators because and the boosters, because let's face it, I mean, what level of success have they had since Urban left? So
well, and we're talking with Kevin Brockway at the Gainesville Sun. That's Gator Nation obviously looks at the Gator job as an elite job, a great job, a top 5 job, top 10 at worst in the country. Is it still, Kevin, in the modern day, like the Notre Dame job has gotten better in the last 3 years? All the rule changes, the portal, the money, it's all favored Notre Dame. Okay, all the things that held it back don't hold it back anymore. 2025, the Gator job. A generation ago, my God, it was one of the 5 best jobs in the country, hands down. Is it still?
I think it's still a great job, but I think it's a more challenging job than it's ever been. And I think that's the issue. As the SEC has expanded, the league has gained more parity. But I think the right person, if you get on top of the SEC, I mean, you take a look at what Kirby Smart's done. You can win, multiple national championships. It's been a proof of concept, and it was done under Urban Meyer in 2006 and 2008. I just think the road to get there is more challenging, but I still think playing in the SEC, which is, you can make the argument. Obviously, the Big Ten has gotten better, but I still think it's, pound for pound, the best football conference in the country. You can attract recruits. You're in a fertile recruiting state. And I think the right person can get it done. I mean, you've got incredible fan support. I think the booster support and the NAL support has gotten better. I think, 4 or 5 years ago, I wouldn't have said that, but I think they've got their, ducks in a row there now. And the facilities are there too. So I think I still think it's a premier job in the country.
And I agree with you, Kevin. I was curious. So from a financial standpoint, I know they had to come up with the money to get rid of Napier. They are where they need to be in the NIL world. I mean, are they elite in the NIL world? Or are they still getting to where they have to be in that world?
Yeah, I think they're up there. I think they're top 10, top 15 in the country right now. When you take a look at the NIL valuation of the players that are on the roster. But again, it's not always about that too. You still got to coach these guys up. I mean, Lane Kiffin has a Division II transfer from Ferris State that he's developed into one of the best quarterbacks in the country. and you're spending a lot of money on DJ Lagway, who's been mediocre. Now, Dallas Wilson, they flipped from Ole Miss, rather Oregon, and made an investment there, and he's off to a pretty nice start to his career. It just depends. But I think with anything else, there's a certain hit or miss in this equation. You've got to be good with your evaluations too, and you have to have the coach that can put players in position to be successful.
Are there certain guys who are a no because of where they're coaching or their style of coaching? I mean, Andy Staples, Kevin, who I know you're familiar with, he came out yesterday and said, listen, Gator Nation wants an offensive coach, a very entertaining, team, and a coach with an attitude who talks trash. That's what Gator Nation wants. Does that preclude certain guys, if you know what I mean? Is Golish a no-go because he's not at a Power 4 and they just hired Sunbelt Billy, so they're not going to give another group of 5 guy a shot? Are there people that you think are just not a good fit in Gainesville?
Yeah, I don't think the fan base, I think that would be a tremendously hard sell if they went for a group of 5 guy. Like Summerall's another guy, Tulane, who's had some success.
Right.
And Golish. I mean, I think they would be at the top of that food chain, but I think they want someone that has Power 4 conference experience. And I mean, Lashley's borderline, right? Because SMU just joined the ACC. But I think you could maybe sell that, especially if he's, in position to get to the college football playoff again. But I think, I definitely think they want offense. Do they want a trash talker? I'm not 100% sure about that because, I mean, Lane would be nice in that regard, but I do think that the administration here does have that feeling of like, what happened with Dan Mullen. It didn't go great at the end, and he was a guy that was a little brash. So you've got to I think you got to strike a balance. But I think first and foremost, you want an offensive guy, and you want a guy that's going to be competent in terms of, creating excitement, drawing up plays, a proven guy that's, top 5 offensive guy in this conference. I mean, I think that's what you want.
Let's just say for sake of argument here that Lane says no, because we've done polls. I've heard from people and they all seem to want Lane. Take him out of the equation for a second. If Lane says no, who's determining who the next coach is? The search firm, the boosters, or Strickland? Because he's already missed twice. So who ultimately is going to make the call of who the next coach is, Kevin?
Well, I mean, traditionally here, it's always been the athletic director's call. So I think it'll be Scott's final call. Now, I think some of the money people will have a say in the decision. They'll be at the table. There'll be some discussions. But I think it'll ultimately be Scott's final call. I mean, the president and the board of trustees have come out and given him the confidence. They say he's going to have every resource available. I mean, if it's not Lane, I think it'll be, Drinkwitz, Lashley. Another name that's kind of surfaced or you've heard through back channels is not 100% happy at Notre Dame is Marcus Freeman. I mean, I think that's an interesting name as well. But, if you're going to go for a big fish, I mean, that would be a big fish.
Not happy at Notre Dame. What could he possibly be unhappy about?
Well, for one thing, he doesn't control his coordinators, and that's been a bone of contention, apparently, hiring his coordinators.
Okay, that's interesting. That's very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, because we wouldn't, David and I have been on record, we wouldn't leave Notre Dame for Florida.
Not in 2025.
The setup's better for the Irish. It is.
Yeah. Like when Urban chose Florida over Notre Dame 20 years ago, it made total sense. Okay, Florida was a better job. Forget the history and the prestige. It was a better job in the landscape 20 years ago. I don't know if it's a better job in the landscape today because also, like you mentioned, the SEC has never been deeper than it is right now. I mean, you could argue it's been better, but it's never been deeper. The road to Atlanta, the road to a playoff has never been harder in many ways than it is right now. And so that's why, we wonder about some of these SEC jobs, just how good are they? Hey, how much of this season are we going to put on the play caller for DJ Lagway because, Kevin, he was supposed to become a star, and he's been above average, mediocre. I mean,
I would say mediocre. Yeah. No,
yeah.
I
I mean, Kevin, imagine if somebody in our position had said what I'm about to say out loud 2 months ago. Well, I don't know if the new coach at Florida is going to want DJ Lagway to be their quarterback. But seriously, somebody could come in and go, I got to be honest with you. If he wants to leave, he doesn't do it for me. I can get 4 other guys look just like him who are better.
Yeah, no, and I think that's proof of where we are now with transfer portal quarterbacks. But it's a roll of the dice. I mean, take a look at Carson Beck. You can make the argument that he cost Miami a game, against Louisville with 4 interceptions too. But that being said, I do think with DJ Lagway, we talked during the offseason about, the question wasn't whether DJ Lagway was going to play this season. It was going to be how effective he was going to be, because I'm still convinced he's probably playing through some things and has not looked right. I mean, Billy Napier admitted basically that, given the state of his legs, that, the dual threat element has been completely taken out of his game. So I think if DJ Lagway heals up another year, perhaps, and the new coach can convince him to stay, perhaps he'd see a different version of him as a junior. But I think part of it is he's got to get a little healthy. But the other part too is, he's got to mature. He's got to get better. I mean, 21-18 touchdown interception ratio for his career, that's highly mediocre. And that, the ability to, read defenses and look off safeties, that has not progressed. And maybe with the right coaching, it will.
Kevin Brockway, the Gainesville Sun and the Gannett Network throughout the state of Florida. Follow him on X at Kevin Brockway G1, Kevin Brockway G1. Well, we know what your life's going to be like for the next few months and what story you're going to be writing about constantly. So, Kevin, as always, we appreciate your time and your insight. Thanks for doing this, and all the best to you.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Kevin Brockway, kind enough to join us once again here on Miller and Moulton and on the American Paint Supplies Hotline, your one-stop shop for all your coating needs.
Looky there, getting the tagline in and everything.
And you didn't even have to put it on the screen in front of me.
You noticed that, huh?
Here, you dumb blankety blank. It's brought to you by Lee County. And here's what they want you to say. And you're too stupid to remember, so I'm going to put it on a crawl right in front of you. Just read it, will you? Okay.
He's got me figured out, everybody. He's got me figured out.
Yeah, but you had me figured out first.
Miller and Moulton, the Diamond District Bonus Hour. That's on the other side. Thanks so much for listening. Football season is back, and celebrate your game day with Jimmy the Beef Guy. We're talking tender, juicy Chicago beef sandwiches. Whether your party's for 10, 100, or 200, bring game day to your house with Jimmy the Beef Guy. The catering packages come with the beef, the gravy, the peppers, the bread, everything you need. 2 convenient locations, Fort Myers and Bonita Springs. Skip the ordinary and bring the beef. Jimmy the Beef Guy, Chicago flavor, Southwest Florida style. Call today or visit jimmythebeefguy.com. Tell him Miller and Moulton sent you.
Got a cracked window or foggy glass? Don't wait for the next storm to make it worse. Your local Glass Doctor Home and Business is just down the road and ready to help. From leaky frames to shattered panes, we've got the tools and the know-how to get your home or business storm ready. With flexible scheduling and our done right promise, you'll be in good hands. So before or after the weather hits, call your neighbors at Glass Doctor.
Glass Doctor, Glass Doctor. Call the Glass Doctor. We fix your pains. Oh, yeah.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
They've cut the nets, they've raised the banners, and now they're headed to Fort Myers. Michigan State, North Carolina, and other top programs take the court in the Skechers Fort Myers Tip-Off this Thanksgiving week. Legendary programs, championship traditions, college basketball's biggest names, live at Suncoast Arena. Tickets are selling fast. Get yours now at FortMyersTipOff.com/go. That's FortMyersTipOff.com/go.
This year during Thanksgiving week, Fort Myers takes the national stage, hosting not one but two elite women's college basketball tournaments, the Fort Myers Tip-Off and Coconut Hoops, both featuring Power 4 teams and nationally ranked programs. Few places in the country can showcase this level of talent. We're proud that Fort Myers is one of them. Don't miss your chance. For tickets, go to visitfortmyers.com/basketball. Lee County, building a better community through business, sports, and tourism.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at PelicanRoofingCompany.com. CCC 13325.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Well, I'll say this, Paul. Lane hasn't been at Ole Miss as nearly as long as James Franklin was at Penn State. But yes, I mean, I do think there's a difference, though. How many people expect Ole Miss to beat the Alabamas, the Georgias, the LSUs, if you know what I mean? And he beats LSU. He's got a pretty good record against LSU.
And that's a big one for them.
It is.
Next to Mississippi State, that's probably their biggest game.
So, whereas Penn State, I think, thinks they're closer to Ohio State and Michigan than I think most people think Ole Miss is to Alabama and Georgia. Listen, if Sark had lost Saturday, that would have gotten interesting.
You know what's fascinating is that the guy at Auburn's going to get fired, and he just lost a game in double. I mean, you look at the Oklahoma game, they got jobbed. The Georgia game, he got jobbed, and then he loses in double overtime. It's like, man, they could be singing a totally different tune.
I think they're making a mistake if they get rid of him. I think they're making a mistake.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It's the bonus hour on this Overreaction Monday. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. If you missed Jeff Cameron talking about the Knowles situation, Kevin Brockway, last segment, talking about the Gators situation, go to millerandmoulton.com. And always, you can download what you've missed. Talking a lot of football, although we did have to acknowledge Friday night. How about that Ohtani performance? And we do have a Game 7 tonight. Either Seattle or Toronto. Whoever wins tonight will face the Dodgers in the World Series. Beginning Friday, Toronto wins, they have home field, 2-3-2. If Seattle wins, the Dodgers have home field in a 2-3-2 format.
Who do you give the better? I mean, you got to give Toronto the better shot to beat the Dodgers. I know you're pulling for Seattle, and it would be great. It'd be a great story. We wanted, after my Tigers got knocked out, I was with David. We wanted Seattle and Milwaukee, two teams that have never won a World Series. But you're pulling for Seattle. I'd love to see it. I called Toronto to win the series on Friday. I still think I'm going to be right.
Right, and I picked Seattle to win the series, and up 3-2, I thought they would close it out. It doesn't matter to me. Since the game one of the World Series isn't until Friday, to me, it doesn't matter. It's not like they have enough time, both sides do, to line up their pitching, if you know what I mean. I don't think either will be greatly affected because they had to go to 7. The guy who pitches Game 7 tonight, and I think Seattle's the only one that's named their starter already. He can start Game 2 on normal rest. That's how much time there is, because of the schedule. So I'm not really worried about it. The Dodgers are not hit. I mean, they're amazing pitching so far in the playoffs, Mark. And I know we don't want to spend too much time on this, has hidden the fact that, they haven't really hit. And I'm wondering then which pitching staff you think could keep them under wraps again, and maybe then that team's lineup can do more than what Milwaukee could. I mean, what they just did to Milwaukee just scored 1 run on 2 hits, 1 run on 3 hits, 1 run on 4 hits, and 1 run on 5 hits. That's it. They give up 4 runs and they give up 14 hits. Or no, 5. Yeah, 5, 9, 14. Yeah, 4 runs and 14 hits in 4 games against a team that scored the 3rd most runs in baseball. It was amazing.
So Game 7 tonight. We love those words. Big Seattle day. Their hockey team plays at 7 Eastern, so 4 Pacific. Their baseball team plays at 8 Eastern, so 5 Pacific. And their football team plays at 10 Eastern, 7 Pacific. Big Seattle sports day.
And which way is it going to go?
Right.
Which way is it going to go? I'm curious because I think the Mariners, like a lot of teams nowadays, they allow as many people into the ballpark as possible, even when they're not playing. And those two stadiums are literally across the street from one another. They're not even 100 feet apart. And so I'm curious whether or not you're going to have 70,000 people at, is it Lumen Field? And then I'm wondering if you're going to have 30,000 people sitting in the ballpark watching it on a big screen, hearing the cheers from the Seahawks game behind them.
So great night of sports in Seattle, 2 roadies, and then a home football game tonight. Speaking of which, you have the other Monday night game.
I do.
2 teams that I don't know how many people would be surprised if these 2 teams were playing for a chance to go to the Super Bowl come January.
Ooh. You think enough people have changed their tune on the Bucks? You were on board. You were near the front of the boat. Okay.
David, I might have been driving the train. I might have been the damn engineer. And that's, I was even there maybe before Roy Cummings, and that's only because we didn't have him on during the summer months.
So do you think the rest of the nation has jumped on board and that they view the Bucks as a Super Bowl contender?
Oh, I don't know if the rest of the nation does. I just said, what are the chances that we could be seeing an NFC Championship preview? And I think what the Rams are doing right now, you have to put them on notice as a contender. What the Niners are doing, as banged up as they are, you have to put them on notice. And obviously the Eagles are, until proven otherwise, they're the best team in the NFC. So, but I definitely think these 2 teams are in the conversation. And because Baker has been playing so well, nationally, people are taking notice of what Baker's doing. They are.
I agree with you about Baker. I mean, in the last week to 10 days, there's been a lot of Baker Mayfield for MVP talk outside of the state of Florida. So I agree with you about Baker. I just wonder if the Bucks are still seen kind of the way we are viewing. Who is talking about the Indianapolis Colts as a big-time Super Bowl threat in the AFC, as opposed to just saying, hey, how about that season Daniel Jones is having? Ooh, how about that Jonathan Taylor? He's having a Saquon year himself this year. That Tyler Warren is a good-looking rookie. But nobody is saying the Colts are a legit Super Bowl contender.
Nope. No, they are not. They are not, David. In fact, if you even talked about them playing for the AFC Championship right now, you wouldn't get any support outside of the state of Indiana. None.
If you did a nationwide poll in which you said one of these 2 teams is going to play in the AFC Championship game, which one will it be? And they listed the Colts or the Patriots. Who do you think would win?
Wow. I think the Colts would win because I don't think people are yet buying into the Patriots, even though they might want to start paying attention to what's going on there. And you said it before with A.J. Brown. I don't think they're prying A.J. Brown away from Philadelphia. I poo-pooed that when you said it. But I do think that if you're the Patriots, you need to beat Denver to the move. I mean, those are 2 teams that need offensive help. And if I'm the Patriots, I'm working the phones hard. I'm not waiting until the deadline, if you know what I mean.
You both have quarterbacks that are in their second year that are affordable for 4 more years. This one and 3 more. Can't you make the argument that you should actually push chips in now while it's cheaper? You can keep this roster together longer because you don't have to pay your quarterback. So shouldn't you actually not say, oh, we got a good young team and we can afford to be patient? No. Actually, can you make the argument you should go the other way?
I totally think you should. And I'm calling the Saints for Olave, immediately. Either of those teams. That's maybe the first call I made this morning.
Trade deadline's 2 weeks tomorrow. 15 days. 15 days to the trade deadline in the NFL.
And in the NFC, there are a ton of teams that think they're in it. The entire NFC North thinks they're in it. The West, with the exception maybe of Arizona, thinks they're in it. The East, now with the Cowboys winning, trust me, they think they're in it.
They do. They're an entertaining 3-3-1.
They sure are.
Don't know how good they are, but they're an entertaining 3-3-1. I've been saying it for a month. I'll say it again. I know he's on a 500 team, so nobody's talking about him, but I don't know if anybody's playing better than Dak Prescott, and that includes our guy Baker. Dak is having an MVP season on a 500 team.
And David, I think when this week's over, you'll hear a few more people echoing those words because they love to talk about the Cowboys. And in fact, on my drive in, I heard someone say that for the first time that wasn't named David Moulton. And I went, I'll be damned. I wonder how long it takes people to pick up on this. So they are entertaining. Defensively, they're still a mess, but they're entertaining.
Yep. But you know what? They may be playing with a lead most of the season, so maybe they can get by. Maybe. I don't think so, but
regular season-wise, the Lions got by all last year with a defensive unit that was terrible. Terrible.
Well, and that is
but terrible.
That is the fascinating matchup tonight. So the Lions secondary is a mess. A, we don't really know how good they are, but B, what they had is injured. Okay, and B, we know how good the Bucs receivers are, but the last time we saw them, they were all hurt. So is Evans playing tonight? There are reports yes. There are reports no. Is Egbuka playing tonight? Reports yes. Reports no. Could both literally be game time decisions in which the Bucs Mark, how many times are receivers working out 2.5 hours before the game on the field because you have to declare 90 minutes before kickoff whether someone is active or inactive?
I mean, I know what you're going to be doing tonight at 5:00.
Totally.
I mean that's your job tonight.
Yes.
You're watching receivers and figuring out how they look, and then you're waiting for the report of who's playing tonight.
Yeah, we literally just texted, what time are we heading over? And I said, well, don't we have to watch Evan and Egbuka go through workouts? Because Joe and Troy have things they do, and they appear on the ESPN shows and what have you. And, once they declare actives and inactives, we can go eat. But until then, we may have to watch what's going on.
By the way, you've been to Detroit a couple of times now. Press box food, is it up there with the rest of the league?
No, for as much as I love Ford Field and love Little Caesars Arena, love it. Top 5 hockey arena.
You not love an arena named after a pizza?
Exactly. All right, but no, very average, I would say. Very average.
Well, get a Coney dog for lunch before your nap. It'll make you feel better.
It always does.
Can't be too far away from either Lafayette or American Coney Island there. Miller and Moulton. It's the bonus hour, talking a little Monday Night Football. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Let's talk the big differences between Floormeisters and the big box store that sells flooring. Floormeisters is family owned. They do flooring, not doors, nuts and bolts, or weed killer. They specialize in it. They know it. Floormeisters backs their installer. So if there's ever an issue, good chance the boss, TJ, will come out and make it right. Floormeister's prices beat the box stores every day of the week. When you think flooring, think Floormeisters in Naples. Floormeisters.com. Real people, real prices, real quality selection. The Floormeisters, just keeping it real.
It's the event everyone will be talking about when college basketball's biggest names take the court in Fort Myers. The Michigan State Spartans and the North Carolina Tar Heels headline the 2025 Skechers Fort Myers Tip-Off. Witness the excitement live and in person this Thanksgiving week at Suncoast Arena. The stage is set. Will you be there? Lock in your spot now at FortMyersTipoff.com/go. That's FortMyersTipoff.com/go. See you Thanksgiving week at Suncoast Arena.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at PelicanRoofingCompany.com. CCC 13325.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I still think Texas Tech's going to win the Big 12. They host BYU. Other than that, they don't really. They go to K-State, host BYU. The other ones are UCF, West Virginia, Oklahoma State. That's three bad teams. BYU's got three legit road games.
Can they just get to the Big 12 title game?
Right. I mean, Arizona State's still viable now.
Very. Yep. If you were a programmer for a network, what game would you be doing this Saturday? Would you be doing Illinois at Washington? Both teams are 5-2. Both teams have 2 losses in the Big Ten. Or would you do Minnesota at Iowa? Both teams are 5-2. Both teams have 1 loss in the Big Ten. Illinois at Washington, Minnesota at Iowa. That was ultimately the decision of what it came down to for CBS.
I think I'd take Iowa.
Because of the standings?
No, because I think out of all those programs, Iowa's the biggest name.
Okay.
I was waiting for a third choice.
Yeah, well, there. So we are doing Minnesota at Iowa, and I have never, ever attended, never mind worked, the battle for Floyd's the pig. Never. So, but the biggest reason why I'm fired
If
up
you don't
is,
figure out a way to get a picture with the pig, I'm going to be pissed.
okay.
That's, I mean, if you that's the type of stuff you should be posting on social, you and the pig.
Okay. You make a dadgum good point. I got to go on the field before the game. I got to make that happen. Yeah. Gary will be like, "Where's Moulton?" They'll be like, "He's down on the field looking for the pig."
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. I asked this question because I did not check the internet during the commercial break. Has Mike McDaniel been fired yet, Mark?
No,
Right?
not that I've seen.
Why? Why has that not happened? What is taking so long? All right, it's not like they were Mike Norvell and Florida State who played at 10:30 at night Eastern. Game ends at around 2 a.m. By the time you get home, it's in the morning. You let them go home, you get some sleep. Okay, forget the whole buyout and what have you. I mean, this is NFL. They fly charter. Game ended at 4 Eastern. They were on a plane by 6. Okay, they were home, 9, 10 o'clock. He literally was home 10 o'clock last night. Okay, how has Mike McDaniel in 12 hours being back in South Florida not been fired yet?
I don't know, David. I don't know. All right. I'm looking at something here, and I know we're too early to start predicting the playoff teams in college football. We just are.
Yes.
But I'm looking at a playoff projection, and I just want to let everybody know who's on it, because it is fascinating. Okay, Ohio State, Indiana, A&M, Alabama. Those right now are your top 4 teams in this projection. And I don't think anybody has a problem with that. Georgia and Miami are the next 2. These 2 other teams would be hosting first-round games. Right now, the undefeated BYU Cougars and the undefeated Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets. Those are your 7 and 8 seeds in this particular projection.
Now, Georgia and Georgia Tech play one another, so one could cost the other a home game.
Absolutely.
So, okay.
Oregon is 9, Mississippi 10, Vanderbilt's 11.
Ha, ha, ha! Now we're talking.
And South Florida is 12. Of those teams that I listed, David, how many of them do you think that are currently in the playoff will flat out miss the playoff?
Oh, look at you.
Because A&M still undefeated. Boy, oh boy, they're making it interesting every week.
Right.
I think Ohio State and Indiana, that's done. They're in. I'm not even going to argue with that. But if A&M loses a couple of games here, is 10-2 A&M in?
Oh, boy. Probably depend on who they lost to. If they lose at Texas, and that makes them 10-2, and it forces them to miss going to Atlanta, are you going to keep a 10-2 SEC team who's been ranked all year and ranked in the top 10 for most of the year? Are you suddenly going to drop them out of the playoff because they go to 10-2 with a loss at Texas the day after Thanksgiving? I don't think you drop them out of the playoff.
I don't either, but just remember, they play at LSU this week. They have an off week, and then they're at Missouri, and they still have at Texas.
Yep.
Home
No
game
doubt.
with South Carolina, and then a cupcake game.
Yep.
Alabama, I think they're going to be a playoff team. I don't see 2 more losses coming on Alabama's schedule. I don't.
I agree.
Georgia's interesting because, man, they play bad first halves.
Who can't they lose to? You watch Georgia for 2 hours and you keep nudging the person next to you going, so this is one of the 10 best teams in the country? And then they're nudging you going, actually, they think they might be one of the 5. What?
Right. I mean, they have at Florida, at Mississippi State, home for Texas, and then that game against Georgia Tech. I think the Dogs are in.
Oh, you think they're in?
I think they're in.
Put it this way. I think A&M's more in than Georgia.
Okay. I like that. Miami, hell, they should be. But they still have to go to Pitt. And if they put a 10-2 up and that doesn't get them in the ACC championship game, are we sure?
Well, it's funny. And I'm not doing this to be, the contrarian, because I don't like people who play that role just to play that role. But my immediate reaction when Miami lost to Louisville was totally opposite of what the national media's reaction was on Saturday and the talking head shows. They said now, boy, this makes the ACC now a 1-bid league. And I thought just the opposite. I go, because now there's a decent chance that an 11-1 Miami doesn't even make the ACC title game. Virginia and Georgia Tech are both ahead of them. They don't play either school, and Virginia and Georgia Tech don't play each other. So if Miami finishes at 11-1, Miami's going to make the playoff, and they may not even be in the conference title game.
It's why, by the way, we've only been talking about it for 3 weeks. Georgia and Georgia Tech's a monster game.
Monster.
Because if Georgia Tech goes undefeated in conference and loses to Georgia, or that's their second loss. A 2-loss ACC team isn't getting in over a 2-loss A&M, a 2-loss Georgia. You know what I'm getting at here.
Mark, this could be the biggest Georgia Tech game since at least Dodd and Dooley in the 60s. Also, here's a game no one's talking about. Could Vandy versus Tennessee be for a playoff spot?
So, is BYU in? They've got a tough schedule. I just want to see them get to the Big 12 title game. They got 3 legit road games, 1 at Texas Tech. I know Texas Tech just lost. They lost on the road to Arizona State. Georgia Tech, we just talked about. Oregon, they beat SC. They should be in.
They are at Iowa. Okay, if you're looking for potential losses, I'm just saying, we all know a trip to Kinnick and what have you. Just throwing that out there. By the way, Iowa's still with only 1 Big Ten loss. So what if Iowa knocks off Oregon at Kinnick in November?
Tell you what, Ole Miss is at Oklahoma this week. That's a rather large game.
Loser out?
Don't know about out, but on the fringe.
See, here's
can Vandy make the playoff?
Well, that's what I'm talking about. Could it, when Georgia and Georgia Tech are playing, is that a play-in game? All right. When Vandy and Tennessee play, Mark, is that a play? What if Tennessee wins out from here? What if they're 9-2 playing a 10-1 Vandy?
And obviously, David and I both think if Notre Dame runs the table, they're going to steal a spot from somebody.
Oh, yeah. 10-2 Notre Dame's in. Think about who the two losses are against. And the teams are currently ranked, 3 and 9? Yeah, they're in.
So this is going to be interesting. They only have one Big 12 team. I think that's probably the case.
But
I do.
Keep in mind what the committee did last year. SMU made the conference title game at 11-1, lost it. They put them in at 11-2 ahead of teams that a lot of people said, yeah, I know their record's not as good, but they're better than them. And the committee said, remember, smallest number in the right-hand column means the most.
It did last year. It's always meant the most. Now they're trying to bring that strength of schedule matrix into the committee's room. Will it change after some SEC teams got snubbed last year? Miller and Moulton.
Besides the sales experience at the Diamond District, we offer a litany of other services. Appraisals.
We have 2 GIA certified gemologists, full-time, servicing your needs with appraisals.
We buy gold, diamonds, gemstones, Rolex watches. Repairs.
We have 3 full-time master bench jewelers.
A beautiful custom design department so that we can give you one-of-a-kind jewelry. Come see Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or nolanagency.com.
Let's talk the big differences between Floormeisters and the big box store that sells flooring. Floormeisters is family owned. They do flooring, not doors, nuts and bolts, or weed killer. They specialize in it. They know it. Floormeisters backs their installer, so if there's ever an issue, good chance the boss, TJ, will come out and make it right. Floormeisters prices beat the box stores every day of the week. When you think flooring, think Floormeisters in Naples. Floormeisters.com. Real people, real prices, real quality selection. The Floormeisters, just keeping it real.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Welcome to the bonus hour, brought to you by Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes until we're out of here. On an Overreaction Monday, it's tough to overreact to about 17 different things that have happened in the last 72 hours.
And the biggest overreaction that Miller and Moulton have right now is that McDaniel is still the coach of the Miami Dolphins.
How? Why?
It should happen. It just hasn't yet. And that should tell you everything you need to know about your owner, Miami.
This is one of those instances in which I was in favor of him being fired last night. Honestly, not even dragging it out for another news cycle. Golly.
They're trying to figure out if they can raise enough money in Tallahassee to get rid of Norvell. Napier out in Florida. Rough weekend for the Florida schools.
Canes get beat at home by Louisville. Now they don't control whether or not they can make the ACC championship game, although they do control whether or not they make the playoff. But, man, oh, man, how can you have Mike McDaniel on the sidelines in Atlanta on Sunday? Seriously. How?
I don't know.
Well, then what are we doing?
What are we waiting for?
Thank you, Burgess.
It's that time again, nearing the end, but not quite there yet. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
We start in 1803 today. Smart move. The Senate approves a treaty with France providing for the purchase of the territory of Louisiana. That doubled the size of our country.
Louisiana Purchase or Alaska? We got Alaska for less than 2 cents an acre.
With the resources of Alaska, it's hard to not vote Alaska. But given the time at which the Louisiana Purchase was made, we did double the size of the country.
It's a great poll question.
It really is.
There's no wrong answer.
Harry Belafonte records his signature tune, the Banana Boat song. You know, Deo, 1955. Today in 62, Bobby Pickett in the Crypt Kickers hits number 1 with Monster Mash.
And we weren't even doing large amounts of coke then.
No, we weren't. We weren't even smoking a lot of pot then.
No.
63, Jim Brown sets the NFL season rushing record with 1,863 yards. It's October. Dr. J sold from the Nets to the Sixers today in 76. It was today in 77, a flight going from Greenville, South Carolina to Baton Rouge, Louisiana, never made it. The rock band Leonard Skinner was in that plane. The accident killed Ronnie Van Zant, Steve Gaines, Casey Gaines, as well as the band's assistant road manager, the plane's pilot and co-pilot. 20 others survived the crash. And today in 04, Boston comes back from 03 to take down the Yankees in 7. Bela Lugosi played Dracula, by the way. Bob Shepard, longtime Yankees public address announcer. Mickey Mantle. William Christopher. Yes, we love MASH on this show. That was Father Mulcahy. Tom Petty, Leroy Selman, and boxer Aaron Pryor would have all celebrated birthdays today. Juan Marichal is 88. Keith Hernandez, 72. Kamala Harris, 61. Lion receiver Herman Moore, 56. Snoop Dogg's 54. Willis McGahee, 44. And Kenneth Walker is 25. Don't you have to bet the anytime touchdown for Kenneth Walker tonight?
Oh, I love it.
A little birthday present.
Yes. And they'll know it's his birthday too. Oh, yeah, at the very least, he won't get subbed out inside the 10 like sometimes they do. Oh, I love that call, Mark.
Did I miss anything?
Nah,
you get your
not
email
really.
yet?
Not really. No, I keep checking. He's still. Ian Rappaport just sent out a post that said nothing on the Dolphins front and no news expected. Unbelievable.
Time to see life a little bit differently. Here's Mark Miller with the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Mark?
I've got goats. Goats for the good. In Connecticut, 3 goats escaped from a farm. They are now considered local celebrities. In Clinton, Connecticut, they escaped a farm in July and have been seen grazing on private and state-owned fields near I-95 several times. There's even a Facebook page for them, and animal trappers have having a difficult time capturing the goats. They are worried about them because they don't want them to get hit if they get on the highway. For the bad, we go to Naples, where Larry Bellerin had a rough day. He got pulled over at 7 a.m, completely smashed, and he had a bag of Peruvian marching powder on him as well. He was already on probation, so he'll go directly to jail. He will not collect $200, and he will not pass go. Finally, the ugly. We go to Cape Coral, where the Cape Coral Police Department arrested 2 13-year-old females after a series of vehicle burglaries, a stolen vehicle, and they retrieved the 2 guns that the 13-year-old girls stole. Wow, they're off to a hell of a start. That is the good, the bad, and the ugly on today, Monday, October the 20th, and it's brought to you by our good friends at the Cape Coral Police Department, now hiring new officers. Great pay, great benefits, great bonus structure. Where do they go to get more information, David?
CapeCops.com. CapeCops.com.
Not 1, but 2 Monday night football games tonight. Bucks and Lions, 7 o'clock.
Okay. How important is it if Mike Evans and Emeka Egbuka play, besides the obvious that they're 2 terrific receivers? This was the Lions' starting secondary week 1 against Green Bay. Cornerback DJ Reed, he's on the injured list with a hamstring injury. Cornerback Terrion Arnold, he missed last week with a shoulder. Don't know what his status is going to be for tonight. He clearly won't be 100% if he plays. The 2 safeties, Brian Branch, remember, he's suspended for tonight's game for the fight with Juju Smith-Schuster. Okay, and safety Kirby Joseph did not play week 6. Okay, and didn't practice Thursday because of a knee injury. So how much of the regular secondary will the Lions have tonight against the Bucks? But then again, will 4 backups in the secondary be facing a bunch of backups for the Bucks with Evans and Egbuka game time decisions? Mark, I just want to throw this out there. Is this the Liam Cohen impact? You know, Bucks are winning. Baker, yep, the whole deal. So remember, for years, we were saying, man, Bucks can't run the ball. 2022, 3.4 yards a rush, 77 yards a game. 2023, 3.4 yards a rush, 89 yards a game. And then last year happened. Liam Cohen, 5.3 yards a carry, nearly 2 full more yards a carry, and 149 yards rushing. They added 2 yards a carry and 60 yards a game. Mark, so far, heading into yesterday, because obviously teams did stuff yesterday, it's not factored into this research. The Bucs are averaging 4 yards a carry. That's 21st in the league. The Bucs are averaging 109 yards rushing a game. That's 20th in the league. So basically, they're a below average running team again. Does that matter? And does it matter tonight? Or is tonight a Baker 40 attempt, 340 yards plus passing game?
Well, I do think, and I don't know where they were after, they've not had Bucky Irvin, and he's not playing tonight.
Right.
That has clearly changed the Tampa running back game. We can say all you want about White and the other guy coming in. They ain't Bucky Irvin, okay?
Well, right, because week 2 against Houston, they won. Yeah, Baker made some plays, but they won the game because they could run the ball, and they did week 2.
So that's a factor. I think it may not be a factor in this game because, David, you mentioned the starting corners. Both of their backups, I believe, are on the IR as well. They have 4 corners on the IR right now. So Detroit, from a secondary standpoint, they're a mess. And Baker can move around and avoid the rush. He's very good at it.
And you mentioned the corners are down their top 4. Remember, one of their 2 safeties is suspended for the game by the NFL branch. Keep that in mind. You would have to think, and especially if you hear that Evans and Igbuka are going to play, don't you have to take the 5.5? Detroit may still win, and if they cover, don't you tip your cap to them and say, wow, job well done. You overcame that X's and O's mismatch. Wow. Good for you.
The X factor to me, David, is Goff. He's been terrific when teams blitz him. Terrific. And the Bucs seemingly can't get to a quarterback without blitzing said quarterback. Now, the Bucs do pretty good against the run. When you got a Vita Vea in the middle, that helps things.
Right.
But can they stop Detroit? Because Detroit they don't want this to be an overgame. They don't want it to be 350 yards for each quarterback. They want to keep their defense off the damn field. They want to run the football. Will they be able to?
Yeah, I'm with you. I think this is going to have to be a golf game, but I'll also say this, Mark. It's not like Tampa Bay's secondary can cover those Lions receivers.
Right.
I mean, don't you have to at least come out throwing if you're Detroit and then to maybe help you with the running game?
I agree with that 100%. But we all know what Detroit likes to do. They want to run it at you. They want that offensive line to be able to go forward and knock people down. It's still a pretty good line. It might not be as good as it was last year, but it's still a pretty good line.
So that's the game within the game tonight. For the early game, remember, 7 o'clock Eastern tonight. Bucs and Lions. Mark, I don't know about you, but I'm looking, and the line now says 6.5. 6.5?
Wow.
Now that's on ESPN Bet. What does Hard
No,
Rock
that's
say?
the same light. That's the same one I've got.
So let me get this
Seattle
straight.
is just a 3.5-point favorite against Houston.
So the money is coming in on the Lions.
It is
tonight. Wow. Over under a 52.5. That's basically saying 29-23, give or take a half a point either way. I don't know. I think it'll be higher scoring than that. If I were to play the over-under, I think I'd go over.
And then the late game, Seattle and Houston. Seattle, defensive front, terrific. Houston's offensive line, lousy. I'm surprised this one's just 3.5. I really am. Now, I know Houston's got a very good defense, so it could be a little lower scoring, but I think I think Seattle's the far superior team. Houston needs one of these games if they want to get back into the playoff race.
Mariners and Blue Jays, Game 7 in Toronto. Do the Mariners go to their first ever World Series, or do the Jays return for the first time in 32 years? It's George Kirby against Shane Bieber.
I say Toronto wins in 7. I think they're the better team. I think the Bats are alive tonight, and they move on to the World Series. I think you're right. Seattle had their chance in Game 6.
I think the Mariners win, and they're going to the World Series.
Your roof is your line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 133.
This year during Thanksgiving week, Fort Myers takes the national stage, hosting not one but 2 elite women's college basketball tournaments, the Fort Myers Tip-Off and Coconut Hoops, both featuring Power 4 teams and nationally ranked programs. Few places in the country can showcase this level of talent. We're proud that Fort Myers is one of them. Don't miss your chance. For tickets, go to visitfortmyers.com/basketball. Lee County, building a better community through business, sports, and tourism.
When Glass Doctor replaces your windshield, we don't just send you on your way, we send you off protected. Your local Glass Doctor includes the industry's only 12-month windshield protection plan at no extra cost. That means unlimited chip repairs and even a one-time replacement if needed. High-quality service backed by real peace of mind, right here in your neighborhood.
Glass Doctor, Glass Doctor. Call the Glass Doctor, we fix your pains. Oh, yeah.
Exclusions apply. See your local Glass Doctor for details.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Cape Coral Police Department is growing, and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000, depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to CapeCops.com. CapeCops.com. Be brave, be best, be Cape.
When you're craving the real taste of Chicago, there's only one name to know. Jimmy the Beef Guy. We're talking tender, juicy Chicago beef sandwiches. Whether your party's for 10, 100, or 200, bring game day to your house with Jimmy the Beef Guy. The catering packages come with the beef, the gravy, the peppers, the bread, everything you need. 2 convenient locations, Fort Myers and Bonita Springs. Skip the ordinary and bring the beef. Jimmy the Beef Guy, Chicago flavor, Southwest Florida style. Call today or visit jimmythebeefguy.com. Tell him Miller and Moulton sent you.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Hey, I'll be right back. I got to run down the hall real fast.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
No, that's fine.
All right.
I have a very important question.
Yes, sir.
If the choice is between Lafayette, Coney Island, or American Coney Island,
I don't think they're literally next door to one another.
I know.
I've had Lafayette. I don't know if I've had American. There's really no difference.
Okay.
From what everybody says, it's the same dog.
Okay.